Hello. Today is June 16th. It's Tuesday. I just woke up. I was up late, 3-4. So I slept like 8 hours. And I woke like 1 minute to 2 minutes before my alarm clock went off. As I was thinking, I was dreaming and feeling, and my mind was completely full of things. And then complete silence. And I was like, what is this silence about? And I felt, what? It was strange. And then I was lying there, and like a minute later, my alarm clock went off. And strange. It would have made more. I would have found out why if the phone had a low battery. Or, I mean, if it was turned off, because then it turns on, and then it waits a bit, and then it starts the alarm. But it has 55% battery, and it was not turned off. At least I don't think so. Anyway, let's open a window. And this stream, I'm going to do that. Tuesday sprint upgrade day. And I will be working on Groundhog Day mechanics. I remember that because yesterday I primed myself for today by reading my backlog, my sprint backlog. Let's get some air. Today is a proper summer day. Really warm, well, not really warm, but sunny and calm. Not a lot of clouds, but a little clouds. But it's a summer day for sure. People are gonna want to be outside today. And first I will get started on my protocol, or maybe I should start with my system that I made yesterday with exercises prepared. One thing before I start my protocol, I was thinking yesterday I saw some video about starting the day from when you're lying in bed by doing some kind of stretching and stuff. And I think, apparently this is the right thing to do. Okay. Interesting. So thinking maybe of adding that. I haven't added that as a task anywhere. So I'm gonna add that to next Monday, even before I get my glasses on, because otherwise I will forget. Improve Stretching in bed before day begins. Strange. I have a sense that somebody is disliking me incredibly. And I don't know why. Whew. And I feel like, well, what can I do about it? I'm gonna stop my protocol. That's arginine alpha ketoglutarate and creatine monophosphate, and let me remember what alcohol was. L-acetyl L-carnitine acid. Acetyl L-carnitine. Drinking water is good in the morning. It wakes you up. It tells the body now it's time to go. It tells the stomach it's time to wake up. Now I'll be working. First, I want to reflect. I think it was Sunday. I was talking to AI and I got frustrated about AI not doing what I expected it to do, or the things didn't go the conversation didn't go the way I was planning, and I got frustrated. And then I reflected upon that, and in that stream I also said this about frustration and anger that I believe is true. That it is when you have a goal that you're trying to achieve, and an obstacle is put in the way suddenly, and the body's solution or the mind's solution is to trigger anger, which is a force, which is a primal force to push through this obstacle. But before, I would also like to mention, like, before you even start an action and before you get angry, something important has happened. You had your goal and suddenly an obstacle you didn't expect opened up. Basically, you were wrong. Your plan was not according to plan, your expectation was not correct, and this obstacle, like, it's part of, before you even came to this point, the time later when you see this obstacle still exists, because it's a future in that regard. So, like, from the beginning your plan was incorrect. From the beginning you thought there was no obstacle, but there was an obstacle. It's just that when you came to a point, then you see the obstacle. The obstacle was already there. What I'm trying to say is the simplification that if you're frustrated and angry, it means that you are wrong. It means that you were wrong right before it. Because that's the trigger. That is the trigger of becoming frustrated and angry. If there are no obstacles, if there are no unseen things that get in the way, there's no need to become angry. There's nothing that triggers it. Anger is a force to overcome sudden obstacles, sudden things. It's a short-term solution. Anger is a very short-term solution to things. And if everything is going smoothly, you don't need a short-term solution. You're not interested in short-term solutions. It's only I think so. And keeping that in mind, today, when I was dreaming about a person disliking me a lot, being angry, now I reflect about it and I think that person was wrong about something. It was directed towards me, so they expected something of me which was incorrect. Maybe this can help me deal with situations when people are angry with me. To be honest, I think having these streams will create some people that dislike me. I'm pretty sure of that. Because I'm sharing so many things, it's extremely likely that someone will dislike it. If someone is gonna watch, and that will happen eventually, I'm sure. My streams are probably going to get more interesting to look at, or they will reach the right people, or people will change and become interested. Right. I would like to get rid of this feeling that somebody is disliking me a lot. I feel like it's not my problem, but it is my problem. It might be my problem. Usually if someone is angry with me, I try to do as little as possible, because then I cannot do any more wrong. If I don't understand them, because then I don't know what exactly I'm doing that makes them angry. So it's best to just do nothing and just wait and be calm and be like, I'm not gonna, maybe even, and this is reluctant, but in some cases follow the angry person. Not follow as in going after them, but the reverse, to follow their direction, to let them lead. If they are angry and that has happened sometimes in my life, when people have expected me to do something and I don't understand, and they become angry and they have me in their target or whatever, or they're trying to get me to do something, or trying to get me to follow their orders or do something in their way, in their certain way. And I think one of the problems there, why I don't understand their way, is partially, it's a culture clash. Even if we are both Swedish, it's a culture clash. It's because cultures are not exactly the same from person to person. I would call it a part of culture anyway, because I've cultivated a mindset and skills and ways of thinking and attention patterns, what I pay attention to and what I ignore, what goals I set, and how I do things and how I don't do things, how much time I spend on things and how much time I don't spend on things. And these things are very, before talking about them, before reflecting about them, like this metacognition that I do these streams, people don't put words on these things. They just do what they do. And then occasionally you meet someone who does things differently and you're supposed to collaborate. But you don't do things the way it was expected by somebody else. There's a culture clash. I think that's the main thing. It's a part of culture clash, it's a part of what you've learned. Like, I think if a smart person is leading a dumb person, it's not that simple. People are not smart or dumb, but in a simplification, I think it's very likely that a smart person will become frustrated and either they'll become angry or they'll just leave. I think that's a trait with very intelligent people, that they don't use anger, but they don't know, they just leave, they just don't do anything, they just stop the collaboration And they just don't continue the collaboration and they do something else. Things just end. It's probably a better thing to do than getting angry. It depends on how you get angry, because some people can handle anger very elegantly, very nicely. Some people, when they get angry, not always, it depends on what kind of anger someone is feeling, but I think I've done this also many times. I've gotten angry, but I have turned my anger is not turned towards a person, and it's not turned towards anything that somebody loves. So nothing is in danger, no person is in danger. It's just that I'm angry and frustrated. And people laugh when that happens. It's funny. And it's harmless, because in those situations I've already decided that nobody is going to get hurt. Nothing is going to get hurt, even though I'm angry. And I'm still angry, I'm still acting angry, I'm still doing whatever, saying things, whatever. Sometimes there's someone who gets, in those situations, some people laugh, some people just go away and do other things and let me be angry, and some people become concerned. I think, like, they feel the destructive power of the angerness towards myself, or feel like this, since these people are laughing at this at me and I'm getting angry, the relationship between the laughing people and me is becoming bad. It's becoming destroyed. I don't think anyone likes to be laughed at when they're angry. But I don't think you can choose what other people do, unless it comes to laws and regulation. But laughing at someone is not illegal, and I don't think it should be illegal. But it's one of those situations where you cannot even if it's uncomfortable what other people do, like laughing at you when you're angry. You have to accept that, and you don't have to accept that, but I recommend to accept that, and I recommend to accept that for all future. That every time you get angry, somebody might laugh, and there's nothing. The recommendation I have is to not do anything about that, not trying to change that, and solve it some other way. One solution I've had when I've gotten very angry is trying to turn my anger towards myself. Like, if I imagine it kind of a lava laser beam, getting angry at something, and then I feel, oh, I'm getting angry at this person, then I kind of flip the anger towards myself. So I'm like, in my mind, instead of attacking another person, I'm attacking myself. I'm like, why am I getting angry? Why am I like I'm fighting myself, and then the fight occurs in my mind instead. That's one solution that I've used when I've gotten angry. It's not a perfect solution, I don't think. No, it hasn't been a perfect solution. learning how to deal with anger is certainly, I think it is a learned skill, and that explains a lot about humanity. A lot of people that cannot learn how to handle anger, they will act short-term for their short-term goals. It requires learning how to handle anger. It requires access to parts of your intelligence. It requires time to reflect. It requires peace. It requires sleep to consolidate memories. It requires an environment that allows you to have long-term goals and not just short-term goals. If you have an environment where there are only short-term goals, you cannot have long-term. Like, having a long-term goal would just destroy the goal. Like, if you live in a chaotic situation, because any other situation that is not chaotic, you can figure out and you can make long-term goals, because it's not chaotic, it has some order. And then you can understand at least part of that order and make partly long-term goals. But in a chaotic situation where you don't know what's going to happen next, where you cannot predict, where you cannot make long-term goals, you gotta make short-term goals. And in those cases, anger might be a solution rather than a problem. I think safety is something that helps people not get angry. Safety is something that removes chaos from a person. Safety is something that removes chaos and uncertainty. Certainty. I don't know, I'm getting deep now, or psychological. I don't know how much I should share about my thoughts. I'm gonna see if I can share all of my thoughts. Since these live streams, right now it feels like a big thing, but later on it will not feel like a big thing at all. We will just have passed. It will be a small part of humanity, and even smaller part of the universe, and even smaller part of time. So what I'm thinking is like forced safety or something, institutional safety, or like if someone goes completely mad and they're put in a mental hospital, you're forced into a kind of safety, or at least in some kind of order. Maybe, it depends. I've heard stories about people in mental hospitals not being treated well. Like, it's and there are all of these movies about mental hospitals and mind control and those kinds of things that happens there. Experimenting on people's minds. It's probably still happening, that stuff. But I'm thinking about Umeå, the town where I come from. I think in the recent decade or something, they built a new part of the hospital, And I think it's a mental hospital, and it's really big. And I'm not sure if the intent of that is pure. I don't think that house is gonna do well. I think that house is gonna run maybe not official experiments, but personal experiments. There are gonna be doctors in that house doing things that are questionable, but it's behind closed doors on people that are like mental health cases. It's probably happening right now because the building is done, I think. Anyway, so that's a forced form of order or safety. I don't know if I could call it safety if you're forced to like, it can worsen your anger, your state of mind. You can become more angry. But if consciousness is as powerful as I think it is, then you can probably overcome that as well, somehow. And I think the overcoming is actually death. Not necessarily death of the body, but death of the mind. Death of a network, death of some neurons in the mind, or death of connections between neurons. Yeah. It happens all the time. If you're gonna go philosophical, it happens all the time. Every second you become a new person. Every second you die and the new person is born. You change. Change is the same as death. You cannot change without dying. You cannot die without changing. Maybe it should not be, maybe change is not death, if you want to use different definitions of the word death. But you can say that change is a form of death. Change is something similar to death. Death is like the most extreme form of change. Maybe something like that is more accurate. Also, when it comes to consciousness and death and change, I don't think consciousness cares about death. It either, like, the consciousness either is or isn't. And it's not that consciousness disappears after death, it just changes. I said it in a TikTok yesterday, actually. I'm gonna check my TikTok if I got any responses. But the subconscious mind contains many networks, and I actually say subconscious minds because I really want to emphasize that we have a large set of intelligence running in our minds that are not conscious. Most of it is not conscious, is my belief. Now I'm going on quite a side little bit of sidetrack here. Now I need to find my way back. I was talking about anger, I was talking about mental hospital, I was talking about change, I was talking about death, I was talking about consciousness and the death of consciousness. Yeah, it happens every second. And something that happens with the biological death of the brain, of the body of the brain, is partially, one thing that I think happens first is that subconscious and conscious thoughts get mixed and divided up. You start to experience the system, the human body system, the human brain system starts to break apart, starts to connect things that shouldn't be connected, starts to disconnect things that shouldn't be disconnected for the human body to be survivable, at least, or something like that. And what happens is just, yeah, here's a good metaphor. Here's a good metaphor, I think. A company. When a company dies, that's how it works. Imagine a big company like Coca-Cola. What would happen if Coca-Cola died as a company? Basically, the alignedness of the Coca-Cola employees and stock shareholders and everyone who's involved in working for Coca-Cola, right now they are aligned, they are connected to each other, they work to each other, and they basically make sure that the Coca-Cola company survives. The configuration of humans makes the Coca-Cola company survive. And what happens if Coca-Cola company dies is not that the people will die necessarily, like maybe they will, but that's a downstream thing. What I'm saying is that when the Coca-Cola company dies, it's only the big picture that dies. It's only the big mission that dies. It's the connections and the agreements and the contracts, the protocols between the people in all Coca-Cola company is disconnected, and it becomes a sort of anarchy. They are not aligned anymore towards the same kind of hierarchy and networks. The network of people gets disconnected, gradually disconnected. Like if Coca-Cola company somehow they just something happens to something, like the transport is not working, or the marketing is not working anymore, or people have changed their opinion about Coca-Cola or about drinking beverages, then it leads to it's a threat towards the organism of Coca-Cola, and a part of it dies, like marketing dies. It fails to do marketing, so it fails to sell, so it fails to get feed, as in money. It fails to get food from trading Coca-Cola products, and then it cascades. So some people get fired, and that's the small death of the company. Some parts of the networks get cut off by the other part of the network, and then gradually more and more network gets cut off. Like either the network cuts off other parts of the network, or some cells just leave. because they think it's a sinking ship or something. It's just an example. I'm reluctant to make this example because it's not, I don't think just doing the example is not good for a Coca-Cola company. But anyway, it's the same, back to the kind of theory here. In general, when a company, whichever company it is, when it dies, it just means that the people get disconnected from each other. And the same thing, and they get disaligned. They enter a kind of anarchy or self-directed. They move towards other goals. And the same thing happens when the mind does in the brain, in the human. I think the neurons, they probably get a lot of stress and panic, but they probably try to survive on their own. And well, the neurons start dying probably because part of the network is not getting enough oxygen maybe, or getting damaged, and some part of the body stops working, like maybe the heart stops beating because the network of the heart it gets destroyed, and then that leads to a cascading problem for the human body organization, that since the blood is not pumping, the brain is not getting any oxygen, the nerve cells are not getting any oxygen, and this is an even worse situation because the nerve cells will actually die. So it's a more dangerous situation than a company dies, because the nerve cells actually dies. The parts of the organization actually dies. Maybe that's partly why the surviving humans are so survivable. But anyway, you can go, and then you can just go in a smaller scale, and you can see, okay, a nerve cell starts dying, they stop connecting to each other, so the mind and the consciousness change. It doesn't disappear, it just changes to a different state, and there's no longer an alignment on the bigger goal. There are small, in the beginning there are small networks of neurons that have their own agenda. They already always had their own agenda by being connected to this bigger whole, but now they only have their own agenda. And then they gradually die because the system is so kind of communistic, with the blood vessels going out of the body, giving nutrients to all of the cells equally. It's not really like a capitalistic company, the human body. The human body is more like a communism system, where every cell is getting a universal basic income by being connected to the blood. They just get access to the blood, nutrients, whatever. In the future, this is a sidetrack, but in the future we might have a communistic society where everyone's just getting, there are big there's flowing water everywhere, or there's a network of that just pumps out packages, food and tools and everything that a human needs, and just pump through the whole. And then you can just, if you need a hammer, you just go a couple of meters or something towards the stream and you look for a hammer package, and you can see there are plenty. Like there are 5 coming, 10 coming out there, and you can just pick one when you need it, and then you go back. Like that's how the body works. Okay, that was a sidetrack. Let's see if I can figure out how to get back. I was talking about death of the network. Yeah, the anarchy that occurs when oxygen isn't coming to the brain and the neurons start dying. And then the next step is that the cells start dying because they don't get oxygen at all. All of the cells. But a cell dying doesn't mean that the matter disappears, it just changes. So the alignment of a neuron get just disaligned. Like the parts of the neuron gets disaligned. Like the mitochondria probably might still continue to survive for a bit. It's its own kind of bacteria. It might still work. And then all these processes that I think we call them chemical processes, or maybe biological breakdown processes, happens in the body, because the body basically gets so disconnected and disaligned. It's not, the system is not working anymore. It's like the collapse of a communistic system. And everyone just starts to take care of themselves instead. All of the bacteria that is in the body start to, well, they continue their kind of agendas. And the body changes completely into something that's not longer a human body. Things get disconnected, used up, etc., etc. And then the protection from the environment ceases to work. So depending on what you, well, the first piece of protection that you lose is able to move or avoid or sense the environment. So other humans or other animals can just take your resources. If it's a human cannibal, or if it's an animal that eats humans, or yeah. And it's the same with the company. If a company loses its alignment, if some parts stop working, like if the HR department, if the HR organ stops working, then the workers might start thinking about themselves instead of the company, and they might start stealing from the company, or start, like, it's the same kind of process, a death process. I think it's the same kind of issue with an empire, like a Roman Empire, or I don't know if it was correct with the Roman Empire, but if you have an empire and people get misaligned, they don't align towards the same goal anymore, that means everything is falling apart. Alignment is survival of the system. Like, alignment is the same as survival. If you don't have alignment, you don't have survival. If you don't have survival, you don't have alignment. That means it's the same thing. It's a logic. When I study philosophy, that is a logical conclusion. If two things have the same effects, then they are the same. No. If something is equal to another thing, if something leads to another thing, and another thing leads to the first thing, then they are the same. That doesn't work. Maybe it does work. Maybe that's how it is. Philosophy and logic is not intuitive always. Okay, that was my morning rant to deal with, to share with you some things, and to help me do nothing for a while, because I think someone is disliking me. Also, one other thing I've heard, that if you're angry at other people, you need to eat. And if you think other people are angry at you, you need to sleep. And I only slept 8 hours, so I do need to sleep, but I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna have a kind of semi-tired, slow day. I think that's the best case. Right, I'm gonna get rid of, I'm gonna get some clothes, and then I'm gonna share the stream. Oh wait, that's not how I share a stream. Get rid of that glare. Today, what? It moved place and it removed my text. Tuesday. Today I'll work on the game. Focus is to make game design for Groundhog Day idea. Then continue to refine a complete default game. Oh, I forgot to copy this text. great Elon is a trillionaire. Elon Musk was it? Okay, she's going through a lot of things. Oh, she's talking very fast for a long time. 2 minutes. I think, yeah. I agree with that. Well, I think it's a good thing, the things he's doing. Because I think without him, the world would be more boring. And boring is one of the worst things. I just realized I'm quite spoiled. That boring is one of my main issues. Anyway, today, if you just came here, I'm gonna work on the Groundhog Day mechanics. I'm sitting in the darkness a bit. I'm gonna work on that whiteboard, and I'm gonna have my TV showing mechanics, and I'm gonna draw up a bunch of mechanics and see if I need to make something, or if I don't need to make anything hard. But before I start with all of that, I'm gonna use my new micro movement system, which here I have a bunch of exercises, and it's way past 10 o'clock, so I haven't this is a new system, so I haven't this is how it works. I haven't done these, and the time now is 13:07, so I'm just gonna skip those and put them back into the little box where I keep the suggested exercises. And then I'm gonna pick the 13 o'clock one, and that is neurological contralateral crawling. And then what I do is I open up my move through the day protocol, and I find this in the list. Contralateral crawling, and then we'll see if this link works or not. It seems like it works. So this is the movement, micro movement. It's 4 minutes long, this video, but I don't think the exercise needs to be 4 minutes long. We'll see. I'm gonna update this link so it goes directly to the video, and then we're gonna learn some moves.
We start off with the B scroll.
I also need to hear. Okay.
We start off with the B scroll. This basic fundamental movement connects us with the floor. We move forward by moving one leg and the opposite arm at the same time. The Beast teaches us to transfer our weight from our legs to our Also, the hips can move from side to side, allowing a healthy rotational movement throughout the entire spine, which we miss in most modern days in gym sessions. We strengthen our shoulders, the core, and the lower body when taking a step with the diagonal connection of arms and legs. To perform the beast crawl, lift your knees for a few inches and transfer your weight to your right arm to lift the left. At this point, take a step forward with your right leg to move both body parts at the same time. The next step is performed with the right hand and left leg. Even if this does not feel 100% smooth in the beginning, your body knows this motion and you get comfortable pretty quickly. Of course, you can also walk backwards or even sideways. It's the same technique, moving one arm and the opposite leg at the same time. Variations of the beast crawl are the bear walk. Here we're strengthening the legs and lifting the hips. This variation helps to stretch and open the backside of the legs. Overall, the beast crawl is a great tool to work on balance and coordination. Next comes the spider walk. It's the same pattern like the beast, but just flipped around.
Oh, it's
Spider
several
works
exercises.
triceps, shoulders, legs, and core. It's a great way to integrate diagonal crunches through knee taps or even foot taps. As a bloody beginner, you can start off with spider weights.
So, contralateral crawling. Oh.
This will challenge your coordination and requires a
I guess we'll need both.
The spider provides you with great opportunities to open up the front side of the body and stretch the shoulders, as well as compression exercises to work the core and hip flexors. To perform the spider, start in a sitting position and place your hands slightly behind your shoulders. You don't have to push your hips up, keep them low. Find your balance and then move one arm and the opposite leg at the same time forward. You can wait a second to work on balance and stability. The more advanced you become, the faster you can go. Change directions and get creative with the movement. We move on to the side kick, which is my favorite move of these four. Let's have a look at how you get started with this move. We start in beast position, lifting diagonal limbs. This time we don't move forward, but pillow our leg under our body to the side. And rest your foot on the floor in the beginning. The side kick helps us build core strength and balance in a kind of side plank position. Once you understand the movement, try to pull your leg more to the front to max out the benefits of this exercise. With practice and dedication, this simple move can become the foundation for high-intensity workouts, combining the down dog position, kick throughs, and handstand. We finish off with the two-step, which is a spinning motion connecting the beast and the spider position. Even if this one looks easy, it will challenge your coordination, especially in the beginning. Pay attention to pull your leg always under your body to keep the motion smooth and correct. When learning the two-step, think about a side kick, and then just touch down with your kicking leg and bring your free arm to the floor to enter spider. Change sides and perform another side kick, just to pull your kicking leg back to beast position. If you leave out the kicks, you will two-step in no time. As I said, the two-step is a great tool to combine beast and spider. You can change directions or work on your speed and integrate side kicks to challenge your agility. In the long run, these basic moves build the foundations for more advanced acrobatic skills, fun workouts, and more difficult animal walks like floating motion. Your first goal should be to master the core exercises separately. After a few sessions, you should try to connect them and get creative. This is the moment where you enter a flow state and just move around, which is simply the fast key. If you're seriously interested in learning more advanced skills, check the link in the description to test the Move Mastery app on a 7-day free trial. You'll find all of these exercises explained in detail. A 6-week beginner
contralateral crawling,
10 acrobatic skill programs. If you're still watching, thanks for your support. If you want to see more like this, I would appreciate you if you subscribe to my channel. Now let's start moving.
Cool. What happens if I send it in the chat? Cool. I can send it in chat. There it is. You can check it out. Okay. That's certainly a distraction at this point. The idea of this system with micro movements is that now in the beginning I have to learn the movements, but gradually I will learn them automatically, so I can continue working while doing the movements, some of the movements. I can continue thinking about work and I can just do the movement, or it's a small micro break. It's a way to solve the talks. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. You can check the stream I did yesterday, Monday, the June 15th. That's when I created this system. It took almost 4 hours to create the system. Anyway, now it's 25 minutes until I take my next cognitive enhancement batch, and I feel like I'm kind of procrastinating the start of work. I'm not really procrastinating because I need to do all of the other things. At least that's what I actually think. But now let's get into this. There's a wall, a psychological wall to start doing this, but once I get into it, I'll hopefully have flow throughout the whole day. This is the user story that I will work on first. Now let's see, this is the first time I'm starting a work on a sprint. So, and this is a special task. My lips are dry. Just transferring some resources. I'm gonna set up. Yeah. What I need to do is to move my whole desk and everything towards the whiteboard there. So let's start with the computer. Then I can put the webcam on the TV. Let's see how far we can pull it. That's how far we get now. I think something like that. It's yeah, is that good enough? I'm gonna check. Probably I would like to have the camera higher up. think this is it. I think this is the optimal solution. Wait, no it's not. This is the optimal solution. Okay, I'm gonna do Groundhog Day features. The definition of dawn is a photographed mind map, which is this mind map. Information is, this is game design. Use Gemini on computer to ask for ideas in the files regarding Groundhog Day. Just add the small necessary things that isn't already in point and click. No need to make new versions here, just make it easier. I might, if I set up Claude, I have $3 on Claude for API tokens. I can possibly use it for that if I wanted to. This is game design. Use Gemini computer to ask for ideas in the files regarding Groundhog Day. Just add the small necessary things that isn't already in point and click. No need to make new animations here, just make it easy. Okay, this doesn't refer to a document that I thought I referred to here. But I actually remember. Do I have it open already? No, I don't. Why does it open? Is it really already? Oh! It actually is open. Here. Golden hour plan. It's not golden hour right now. Stream TV. Okay. One is half this file, one half is the Groundhog file. This is one way to do it. And then just going through all of the options. This is tricky. There's a lot of information. If I'm gonna do all of the tasks today, this may take more than half an hour or something. Which might be incorrect. I guess I just have to do it. But yeah, I can potentially follow this guide, but not completely. I have a new idea, and it is to list point and click mechanics. Let's give it a little bit more space, and I think there we go. And let's put driving mechanics there, because then I can connect them and say this idea connects to that idea, like open whiteboard photon TV. This is another system. Now the systems are competing. Reorganize features to fit more. Oh, yeah, that's right. Here is the file. Okay, I'm gonna take an image of that. Take a photo. Upload that to photos. Move my windows to the TV screen so you can sit. From there, or is that a smart idea? I need to open up a couple of tabs. It's getting a bit complicated. That one I want, and I guess that one and that one. Now I can open these here. I don't know if I should show my webcam or show my screen. What else do I need? Gemini. Now Gemini should have my, yeah, good. I have used up 0%, good. Oh, Gemini CLI is going to change to anti-gravity. search Gemini, and then you're gonna open the Obsidian. Okay, yeah, this is getting advanced. This is getting into a complex setup. Moving my keyboard in front of the TV and my mouse to the TV. Now I can use. Now I can sit here and do things. That's Obsidian. And then. But if I, okay, cool, I can select from all of them there. That's good. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. And we'll have Gemini here. Now we have everything. No, we need these ones. Can I open several different instances? Yep. Then we don't need that one. Cool. Now I think we have everything we need. Open whiteboard font on TV. Reorganize feature to fit more. Look at field for technique for next file. Just make it easy to tell the story. This is the first draft. This is a small, beautiful little game. Let's get some extra clean surface there. I suspect I will spend my whole day in front of this whiteboard. Okay. Let's reorganize first. Here we have a lot of ideas that we need to reorganize. This piece of work might be better done in a digital software actually, because then I can make bubbles for each one and I can delete them easily, I can move them easily. But I'm gonna do it manually. To slowly come into this mindset. Grounded day mechanics, telling a great story. Tell. Great story. That is the central part. Simple, valuable. time loop is part of the story. I think it's the central thing. Time loop. Or is it solving a mystery? Solve mystery. That is the story. And I guess the mystery is partially time loop. Tell a great story is connecting to protagonist emotional arc. Character relationships. Narrative progression. Gradually solve the mystery. Solve mystery gradually. Progress. Gradually. Time loop. There has to be progress within the time loop. Investigation. Narrative progression and progress, they need to be connected. Investigation, we have verbs, mouth, hand, eye. Game time stretch from movie 2 hours to 6 hours. game extra. Miss clue stats, clues, snow tracks, clues. Clues. That's part of the investigation. Time ticks. Ticks. During travel. Time loop has a reset, and in the end 0, 0, 0, 0, start 0, 6, 0, 0. We'll just do that for now. Fun to start over. Fun to start over. Try new things. Gather resources. Maybe. Character relationships, character secrets. Dialogues. Actions. Will characters do actions? Progress. Solve puzzle. Progress. We need to connect progress to protagonist's emotional arc. I'm starting to feel like it's a mistake to do this manually on a whiteboard. Or maybe a mind map is the wrong tool first. No, I think it's the right tool. What am I? I'm just going to continue. End of day reset. Objects, all objects, state reset. Trick questions. Internal growth variable protagonist. Should the protagonist have emotional growth? In games, I think it's rare to have emotional growth in the main character. It's better to have the emotional growth in the player. All the game mechanics, one act. All game mechanics in one act. I wonder if I will remember what this means. Then copy. Acts. Five acts. Solve puzzle. Cut scene. Reset. New act. Story beats. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like I'm just trying to simplify this mind map, and then I'll take a photo of this and try to simplify it even more to get to distill the essence. Persistence elements. Persistence of things. notebook. Items. Relationship stages. Persistent items. What does it have there? Inventory. I should clarify that. I don't know if it's clear. Cases. Five cases. Or one case. One case. Getting to know someone. New beat. Evidence. Close characters. I guess I'll hijack this space now. Clue levels. Easy, mid, hard. Emotional phases. 5 phases. Eleanor case, brief crime scene interview follow. Eleanor, brief crime scene. Interview. Follow. Z traces leads. Someone staying during reset time. That's part of the story. Now I'm gonna remove things that are not tied. I don't know if we need this one, actions. I'm thinking actions might occur only in the cutscenes. Actions might occur in the cutscenes. Yeah. Let's not have it unless it's necessary. What is necessary? What is this story beat? I'm gonna take an image of this and then I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what a story beat is. I want to listen to music. I actually want to eat some food, but I'm gonna drink my caffeine mix. Cleaning this whiteboard, I think, was one of the best things I decided to do spontaneously now. What is a story beat?
A story beat is essentially a specific moment or event in a narrative that advances the plot or reveals something important about characters or setting. Think of it as a building block of the story. Each beat is defined by something significant happens, like a revelation, a decision, or a change in direction. Together, these beats form the overall arc of the story, pacing out tension, stakes, and character development.
Can you give me an example?
Of course. Let's say you have a detective story. A few key beats might be first the inciting incident. This is when the detective receives the first mysterious clue. Next, a beat of research, where the detective follows that clue and finds something unique. Then a plot twist, something unexpected happens and changes the direction of the case. After that, a climactic confrontation, where the detective faces the antagonist. Finally, the resolution beat when the mystery is solved. And all the pieces fall into place. Each beat pushes the narrative forward and gives the player a sense of progression and stakes.
Can you give me some more examples of story beats?
Absolutely. So, for example, in a coming-of-age story, a beat might be the protagonist's first independent decision, like moving out or trying something new. In a romance, a beat could be the first time the two characters realise they have a spark. In a heist story, a beat might be assembling the crew. Each member brings a unique skill. In a fantasy quest, a beat could be discovering a magical artifact that sets the adventure in motion. So each beat is a critical turning point that shapes the plot and keeps the audience engaged.
So a story beat has to be interesting.
Exactly. A story beat needs to have some tension or stakes so it keeps the audience invested. It doesn't have to be a huge plot twist, it just needs to shift the character's journey or the stakes in a meaningful way. So each beat should either introduce a problem, offer a choice, or reveal something new that changes the direction of the story, so it keeps the momentum going.
In a movie, is it common to have one story beat per scene?
Not always, but it's pretty common, especially in well-structured films. Each scene often advances the plot by at least one beat, even if it's subtle. Some scenes might have multiple beats, like a conversation that reveals a clue and also raises a new tension. Other scenes might just set a mood or transition between beats. The key is making sure each beat, whether big or small, pushes the story forward.
I think we're coming into something. We're diving deeper into something that I didn't think we would do, but something that is more essential. Telling a great story. I'm starting to feel like the Groundhog Day mechanics feels like a shackle that I've chosen. I don't know if I should release the shackle or not. I think it's best to Well, I'm gonna open up the mind map. Maybe I'll just have this open. It's better for the stream, I think. Story beats. Tell a great story. In order to tell a great story, gotta have acts. In order to have acts, gotta have story beats. I'm doing it a little bit refreshed, like thinking a bit from first principles now, removing most of that and just having that as a source of ideas to make it new. I need to tell, the game mechanics are going to tell a great story. In order to tell a great story, I need different acts, and for making an act I need story beats. And I think that's, I should do it reverse. Tell a great story. I need acts and story beats. If I have all the acts, if we say we have 5 acts, we should have all of the necessary things for a story. Interact ability. Differs from telling a great story. Player control. That's important. Or we call it player agency. Because in a linear story, you just press next. And it doesn't matter. The agency doesn't matter. The agency comes from something else. Player agency is investigation skill. If the player has an investigation skill, then the player has agency. It can improve the skill. And what can the player do? It can look at map. But why would you look at map? To decide, to see, explore map. Explore. Look at map. Drive. And point and click. That's what you can do to explore. And per click, you can do many things. Navigate scenes. Change scenes. Different scenes. Scenes. Find. You find scenes. Driving, you find places. And looking at map, you find journeys. You look at the map, you find a journey, you find a place. You go into point and click and you find the scenes. This is, I don't know what's happening, but I feel like I'm onto something. And maybe we put a place here. Find, drive, journeys. Leads to driving. Driving, you find places. Place. Find scenes. Place is a scene. Scene, places. Find a place. No, we have to find a place. Point. And at a place, you find a scene. A place has several scenes. And then you can explore a scene in a place. In a place you can find several scenes. And in a scene you can find characters. And you can find items. And what's a good word for things that are stuck, but you can interact with them? Hotspots. No. Interactables. Static. I'm gonna call them buttons. In the scene you can find characters, you can find items, you can find buttons. And you can also find scenes in a scene. Destinations. need more words to talk about these things. Find, drive your maze. That's what you find when you look at the map. When you find a destination on the map. But in a scene, you can find items. And now we need 3 more things that you can explore. Maybe I should... No, I like... Character. Item. Button. Something you can click. And characters and items and buttons can help you find, well, a button, you can find a scene. Or you can find so many things. Scene, character, item, drive journeys. But what is a drive journey? First you find a destination. Name of destination. Name of destination. Notebook entry. You can explore, you can basically find notebook entry, which can be a clue, character, profile. I think I'm doing real game design now. I'm creating a language of things, like of concepts of things in the game that I will probably need, like I will use these concepts in the code, in the architecture, to describe different things. Some of them, maybe not drive journeys. But in the game design, I think it's separate. Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere. Now I kind of want to take a photo of this and put it there, but if I'm gonna do that, I need like this image also. Maybe I should be printing that image or something. And then I can have all of the printed whiteboards around the whiteboard. Drinkable stuff. So time a bit too late, 14:20. 2 hours in. I should aim to drink it earlier, I think. And I think all of these things can be story beats. Everything that you can explore. Everything that you can find. If you find a secret button that opens an upper door, click that one, boom. That's a story beat in it. Is there something we're missing? Like, I feel like this is kind of essential stuff. Simple. Valuable. Progress. In order to have acts, we gotta have story beats and we gotta have progress. And that's tied to investigation skill. Or not skill, but it's tied to investigation. Investigation. But story beats is the way to do progress in the acts. Investigation creates story beats. Oof, wow. And the investigation is done by the player. Now I'm starting. Things are starting to click. Things are starting to click. Investigation. I'm gonna gradual. That's an important word. It makes it larger. Okay, we've got a notebook. Clue, character profile, evidence. What is the difference from evidence? A reasoning. Clue together with reasoning. Clue, reasoning. Can we put reasoning in the notebook? Maybe you can have a whiteboard in the game and that's where you do reasoning. But where you put clues. Connect things to do the. Yeah, I think we gotta give the player something more. We gotta explore to find data. This is data. All of this leads to clues and leads to character profiles. Don't they become notebook entries. All of this stuff become clue or character profile entry. And then we have, what's it called? Pinboard. What do you call that thing on the wall or that detective has where they put proof in order to reason and find out the truth?
That's often called a case board, or sometimes a murder board. It's that wall or display where detectives pin photos, clues, maps and timelines to connect the dots. It's a really iconic image in detective stories.
Persistence of things. Oh, we don't have any reset or any Groundhog Day stuff here. Maybe if this is all the basic stuff for detective. Oh, now I realized why it wasn't complex. I'm making a point and click, and I'm adding the detective part, and I'm adding the Groundhog Day part. It's three big things. I could have just added the detective part, then I would have all this. But I'm also adding the Groundhog Day part. Maybe I need to get rid of the Groundhog Day part completely. Maybe Groundhog Day is a wish. Yeah. Groundhog Day is a wish. I'm gonna write it on the big board to remember. Groundhog Day mechanics are wish. I think I'm running out of ink on this. Not quite. This whiteboard is better than that one. Or I wrote faster there. The progress, investigation skill leads to explore, and simultaneously it leads to investigation, and investigation leads to progress. Wait. There we go. Investigation skill leads to investigation. It's gradual, which leads to story beats, which leads to progress. Which leads to acts. New act. Or act change. Act progression. Act progression. Big story beat. Big. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about this. Is it correct to assume that we have our story and it's divided into acts and each act is divided into story beats?
Yes, that's a very common structure. Typically a story is divided into acts, often 3 acts, and each act is made up of a series of beats. Each beat is a purposeful moment that pushes the story forward, whether it's a revelation, a setback, or a decision. This act and beat structure helps ensure the story stays paced and balanced, with each beat delivering some emotional or plot impact.
And now to the big question. How do we know can we say that some story beats lead to creating a new act? Or how should we think about this?
That's a great question. Usually a major story beat, something that shifts the direction or stakes dramatically, can mark the transition into a new act. For example, the midpoint beat often signals a major turning point, so that's a natural place to start a new act. Similarly, a climax or a big revelation beat often closes one act and launches the next. In short, you look for the beats that fundamentally change the protagonist's world or the story's momentum. Those are your act breaks.
What do you mean by act break?
An act break is essentially the moment when one act ends and the next begins, like a structural pivot in the story. It's a point where the stakes, the goals, or the tone shifts, often leaving the audience with a question or a sense of anticipation. Act breaks are what give a 3-act structure its rhythm, so the audience knows when the tension ramps up, when they hit a low point, and when a resolution or arc is set in motion.
In some stories it is explicitly stated that you enter a new act, and in books you divide the book into chapters, so it also explicitly cuts from one act or chapter to the next. But in many movies, especially great movies, they don't have an explicit presentation of when an act changes. It's more like that's just like it's implicit.
Exactly, yeah. In film, a lot of times those act breaks are subtle. The pacing, music, or a character's decision cues the shift, so the audience feels it without needing a title card or explicit break. It's all about how the emotional arc rises and falls. In a book, the chapter breaks give a natural pause, but in a film, the audience just intuitively senses the shift as the story escalates or resolves.
Now, how do we make a choice here for my game? Should I make the act breaks explicit or implicit?
It really depends on the experience you want your players to have. If you want them to feel a strong sense of progression, a clear structure, and a sense of formal pacing, like a classic detective story unfolding, explicit act breaks might help. They can mark a pause, give a breath, and help the player reflect before the next part. But if you want a more fluid, immersive vibe, where the player is just carried along by the ride, then implicit breaks will keep the narrative seamless. Think about your audience. If they might need those markers to feel grounded, explicit breaks help. If they're more comfortable in a continuous flow, implicit might serve them better.
I'm guessing it's actually it's not a binary choice to be explicit or implicit. Instead, it's more like a scale that we can choose how implicit or how explicit we are.
Exactly, that's a really good way to think about it. You can fine-tune the clarity. Maybe a subtle visual shift or a change in music hints that a new act is beginning, but you don't explicitly say it. Or you could have occasional chapter-like markers, but let most transitions feel seamless. That way you control the audience's sense of rhythm and structure without being too rigid or too opaque.
Because there are parts of implicit that I like and parts of explicit that I like. For example, I really like the James Bond movie and the sense, the wholeness that you get from stories that have implicit act breaks. The story becomes a one thing that it's easier to talk about and remember it as a one piece of journey. But there's something beneficial of having explicit act breaks in a game, since we're making a game, which is a sense of accomplishment of the player, that the player can reach a kind of sense of celebration, a kind of recurrent rest after the player has achieved something.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic insight. You can actually blend both approaches. You might keep the overall story flow implicit, so the game feels like one continuous arc, but punctuate certain key beats with a subtle explicit marker, like a screen fade, a title card, or a simple prompt. That way the player still gets that celebratory pause, a moment of recognition, but the overall rhythm of the narrative still stays whole and immersive. So you get the best of both worlds.
I think one thing that we will do is that we will keep the story as implicit as possible, but we will have the explicit thing of a cutscene every act break.
That sounds like a really solid plan. By keeping the story flow subtle and continuous, you preserve that immersive, unified feel. And then by inserting a cutscene at each act break, you give the player that natural moment of pause and recognition, like a chapter marker, so they feel that sense of progression and accomplishment. I think that strikes a great balance.
Can you look at the movie James Bond, Dr. No, and tell me how many acts or chapters it has?
novel Dr. No by Ian Fleming is divided into 47 chapters, but the source didn't specify how the film version of Dr. No is structured in terms of acts. If you need a breakdown of the movie's act structure, that detail wasn't provided.
I mean, can you look at the manuscript of Dr. No, like the movie, or how they made the movie, or can you make kind of an estimation of how many acts the movie could be divided into?
The film Dr. No from 1962 doesn't have a publicly documented breakdown of its act structure. While many films are often informally seen as following a 3-act structure, no official act division for this movie is documented. If you'd like, I can outline a suggested 3-act breakdown based on its story beats.
What I'm thinking now, this is a working space for now. I'm trying to decide this because I kind of want more explicit things that happens, or more story beats, or I feel like 3 cutscenes is not enough. Or maybe it is. The game I'm making, I'm aiming for between 6 to 8 hours of gameplay, and I'm thinking that 3 cutscenes is not enough, or if I can have different types of cutscenes, because I still want something special between the acts, but I need more of something, like if I'm only gonna have 3 kind of big cutscenes, that it's easy for the player to sense like, oh, this is something special in the game, and yeah, it's different from any other kind of cutscene or any other kind of thing that happens that might be related to a story beat.
That's a great approach. You can absolutely diversify your cutscenes. For instance, you could have these big iconic act-break cutscenes, but also smaller, more intimate character vignettes or in-game diary entries that play like mini cutscenes. You could have environmental storytelling moments like a flashback triggered by exploring a key location. By weaving these smaller cinematic beats in, you create a cadence, so the player still feels that rhythm of progression, but the big act breaks remain special. That should give you the frequency you need for a 6 to 8 hour playtime, while still making those big moments pop.
How long playtime is The Curse of Monkey Island estimated to?
The estimated playtime for The Curse of Monkey Island varies widely depending on the source. According to the Steam page, it can take over 30 hours, while the community average on GameFAQs is about 17 hours. Another source, JurassianDay.com, estimates around 7 hours and 49 minutes. So depending on play style, like puzzle solving speed or exploration, the total time can range from under 8 hours up to 30 or more.
How many acts is The Curse of Monkey Island?
There isn't an official source that defines the act structure of The Curse of Monkey Island. Some players speculate that it has about 5 acts, but this is not officially documented and remains only anecdotal. If you'd like, I can help you map a proposed act breakdown based on the key story beats.
Well, that's completely incorrect, because in The Curse of Monkey Island it explicitly says when a new chapter or act begins, so it's pretty clear, you can just count them.
The Curse of Monkey Island is structured into 6 distinct chapters. These are titled Part 1, The Demise of the Zombie Pirate LeChuck, Part 2, The Curse Gets Worse, Part 3, 3 Sheets to the Wind, Part 4, The Bartender, the Thieves, His Aunt and His Lover, Part 5, Kiss of the Spider Monkey, and Part 6, Guybrush Kicks Butt Once Again. Each chapter marks a clear break in the game's narrative.
When it comes to my detective game, I'm thinking that we will have these kinds of maybe act changes where we show a cutscene which is black and white and it refers to the past, something that has happened in the past. And I think this is something that changes, like, yeah, it adds information to a question that came from closing the previous act. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the question in the audience comes at the end of an act, of the ending story beat. And then after that, you have kind of a clean slate where you start the new act and you have this question. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. The end of an act typically leaves the audience with a question or a mystery, something unresolved that pulls them into the next act. By following that with a black and white cutscene from the past, you add depth. It not only gives them new information, but it reframes their understanding of the present. So that cycle, ending a beat with a question and starting the next act with a past reveal, keeps the player curious and engaged, propelling them forward.
Can you give an example from James Bond, the movie, the Dr. No movie, where there's a change in an act, and what is the question that is created with the audience? What is the story beat that happened? What question did it leave with the audience? And how did the next act begin?
The search suggested a breakdown of the film Dr. No into 3 acts, but these act divisions aren't officially defined in the movie. For example, Act 1 sets up Bond's investigation in Jamaica, Act 2 sees him confront Dr. No on the island, and Act 3 is the final confrontation and escape. However, the source did not provide exact act markers or official chapter counts.
Okay, can you make your own analysis using, like, let's say it has 3 acts. Can you go through the beginning of each act and the end of each act and connect them to each other and tell me what is the question or thing that it leaves the audience with when the next act begins, And can you tell me the essence like of how each act begins and why it begins that way?
Absolutely. Let's break it down into 3 acts. In Act 1, the story begins with a sense of intrigue. Bond is in London, then Jamaica, investigating the mysterious deaths of fellow agents. The end of Act 1, after Bond meets Quarrel and arrives on Dr. No's island, leaves the audience with a question: what is Dr. No's plan, and what danger lies ahead? Act 1 starts this way because it builds a world, introduces the stakes, and thrusts Bond into a foreign, exotic environment. In Act 2, Bond goes deeper into the island. He explores, faces traps, and finally confronts Dr. No's operations. The end of Act 2 is when Bond discovers the lair and is captured. Now the audience wonders, can Bond escape this deadly trap, and how will he stop Dr. No's plan? Act 2 begins this way because it raises stakes, plunges Bond into danger, and ups the tension as he approaches the climax. In Act 3, we have the final confrontation. Bond escapes, destroys Dr. No's reactor, and survives. The question left at the end of Act 3 is, what new adventure awaits Bond next? Act 3 starts with a sense of closure, but also opens up the possibility of future missions. So it begins with Bond's escape and triumph, leaving the audience satisfied but hungry for more. In short, each act starts with a change in stakes or setting. Act 1 introduces the mystery, Act 2 plunges deeper into danger, and Act 3 resolves the triumph, but also leaves the door open for future adventures.
Can you briefly go through the scenes that opens up each act and each scene that closes the previous act?
Of course, let's look at it briefly. For Act 1, it opens with Bond in London in a briefing at MI6, then shifts to Jamaica as he investigates the murder of Strangways. The act closes when Bond arrives on Dr. No's island and meets Quarrel. Here the question is, what is Dr. No up to? Act 2 opens as Bond and Quarrel explore the island. They investigate the Forbidden Island, encounter traps, and Bond meets Honey Rider. The act closes when Bond is captured by Dr. No's men and taken to the lair. The audience wonders, can Bond survive? What does Dr. No really plan? Act 3 opens with Bond imprisoned, but he cleverly escapes. He sabotages Dr. No's reactor, and there's a final showdown in the underground facility. The act closes as Bond and Honey escape by boat, and the question left is, what new adventure will Bond face next? In each act, the opening grounds the audience in a new stage of the investigation, while the closing beats leave us with a raised stakes or a burning question that pulls us forward.
Can we use this structure to write our detective game story?
Absolutely, we can. We can mirror that same 3-act structure, but adapt it to fit your detective game. So in Act 1, you'd introduce your detective, the town, and an initial mysterious case, ending with a question like, who is the key suspect? In Act 2, the detective follows clues, encounters obstacles, maybe even a personal risk, ending with a capture or a major setback like, why did the witness lie? Then Act 3 pushes to the climax. The detective confronts the culprit, solves the puzzle, and the question left is what happens now after the truth is revealed. By structuring it this way, you give your player a satisfying rhythm. Each act ends with a question that propels them forward, and each beginning reorients them in a fresh, higher stakes part of the investigation.
Can you go through the essential of each act?
Definitely. So the essence of Act 1 is setup, introducing the detective, the town, and the initial inciting incident that sparks the case. Act 2 is confrontation. The detective dives deeper, faces risks, uncovers complications, and the stakes rise. Then Act 3 is resolution. The detective confronts the truth, solves the puzzle, and the emotional and moral stakes are settled. Each act is a step in the arc, setup, rising conflict, and a payoff, so the player feels a full, satisfying journey.
Can you make this into a like a complete kind of? I stopped it there. That was a good, really good conversation. Can you make this into a complete kind of skeleton of these essentials that we need to tell a great story like this, and then that will be like the foundation and essential part that we use to then fill in parts from our detective story. I'm sending it a text message because then you can give not a spoken message but more of a like a structured report. Yeah. Detective story skeleton, 1 hook, purpose, capture interest immediately, questions, etc. etc. Good. I've thought about this many times. James Bond is Dr. No is one of the core inspiration for this game. So I've done this before. I've analyzed Dr. No several times from different perspectives. So I'm just coming back to this kind of story working mindset now after I've worked on AI for several months. I think I'm gonna print this. This is something I'm gonna print. The detective story skeleton. I'm gonna move to the other screen. Now we're gonna have huge glaring problems and also sitting problems. Oh, now when I think in sitting problems, I was thinking maybe I can just squat and do it's good for my body. Then I thought I have the system of micro movements and I'm way behind. It's 15 o'clock. I missed this one and this one, 14:30, and now I'm gonna do the 15 o'clock one. See what it is. Calisthenics scapular push-ups. Okay. But I guess before I do that one, I should finish what I'm doing, so I'm not, or make a task out of it or something, so I can allow myself to get distracted. I'll write it on a notepad. print. What was it called? What did they call it? Detective story skeleton. Used to easily create a story, but more importantly, used to find out the essential mechanics needed to tell the story in a great way, interactive way, focusing in on act breaks. Is 3 cutscenes enough for the game? Do we need several different ones? How to combine this with implicit act changes? The idea is cutscene is implicit act change. Low explicit act change. As implicit as possible, so the story feels more whole. And more easily remembered. And am I gonna save it? Maybe I'll put it in the Jörn Mysterium init folder. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then learn some calisthenics. Scapular push-up. Do I have a video here? No, we didn't. Calisthenics, scapular push-up. 15 seconds. I love that.
Scapular push-ups. You're gonna find.
Okay, I'm gonna learn it, then go to the bathroom, and then come back and do it.
These are scapular push-ups. You're gonna find the top of your push-up position, glutes on, abs on, well-organized midsection. Arms change not at all as you allow your shoulder blades to fall and push back up. These are scapular push-ups.
Damn, that's the most efficient video I've ever seen.
You're going to find the top of your push-up position, glutes on, abs on, well-organized midsection.
Well, what did you just say?
These are scapular push-ups. You're going to find the top of your push-up position.
The top of your oh, because you have the down push-up position when you're close to the ground. Okay.
Glutes on, abs on, well-organized midsection.
Glutes on means glute muscles are engaged. Abs on means abs are engaged. I don't know what well organized midsection means. Maybe core engaged?
Section. Arms change not at all as you allow your shoulder blades to fall and push back up. These are scapula push-ups.
Okay.
Find the top of your push-up position, glutes on, abs on, well-organized midsection.
I'll get back to that in a second. Okay, let's see if we can do some scapular push-ups. How many should I do? Push up in the top position, glutes on, abs on. What did it say? Organized midsection. What does that mean? And then just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 50. That's good enough. The main purpose is just to have some movement. It's not to get stronger. It's just to have some movement so the body has a more natural. So I don't sit still all the day and then suddenly go training. Cool, done. And let's update the document. Good. Done. Okay. I kind of feel like a break. Been awake 3 hours, but I recently drank the caffeine. Potentially I could do more of a bigger workout and then have my longer break, a shower and food, and then get back. Then I start the golden hour. I feel like it's the most smart. I don't feel like doing that. I feel a sense in myself like I want to get back to work. I want to do this even though I'm tired. But doing it when I'm tired now, it might be good to do. It might also not be good to do. Because if I finish something now, I'll do it with lower intelligence. And I will then go to the next step. And this is the ending quality of this work. But if I take a break and go into golden hour, then I can do more high quality work. But then again, if you look at what I was planning to do today, I don't have it open. Yeah, this backlog here. My webcam is kind of in the way, but you can see how many rows I was planning to do, how many pieces of work I was planning to do, which will not be done. Especially if I take a break now. But if I finish this, I don't know if I can finish it though. Maybe I can reach a first draft finish. Yeah, reach a conclusion. Or maybe I'm in a good state for a break because I've filled my brain with a lot of stuff. And now I can take a break and everything can kind of settle a bit more. Yeah, and I can consolidate. I need to consolidate the decision that I've made that Groundhog Day is a wish feature. I still have that in the back of my mind. Like, how do I make the Groundhog Day? And then, no, it's a wish feature. It's not something that I should put in the game at first. Yeah. Someone is going crazy outside. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I need to move the furniture in order to do my exercise. I need to pick my exercise. Let's pick my exercise first and then see if I even need to move the table. Potentially I can do my exercise there instead, or outside. Maybe it's a jogging day. I could do something simple, but it would be good with some aerobics, because that's something that really refreshes my mind. And I should not do jogging because I've done it too recently. My body still needs to recover from that. I also did aerobics yesterday, I think. Military I did pretty recent. This one is shoulder kundalini. I want my shoulders to rest more. Yoga for athletes to improve mobility. Maybe it's time for this one. Or maybe a new version. Rock yoga. This one was good, but it didn't create an aerobic state, but it had an effect on my mind. That is tempting. Either this one or the other yoga. I found one. It's no, it wasn't Charlie Follows. It was someone else. It wasn't quite yoga. It's interesting colors. Friend yoga. Reset. It wasn't her, but it was someone who had white clothing. Maybe I can look at my watch history, but it was quite a while ago. Didn't I put it here? No, I didn't. I'm gonna look at my history. I think we're coming closer, maybe. This one. Yeah, it's not a yoga one, she's just dressed in that style. This one was intense. it's definitely a killer workout. But it doesn't contain much stretching and stuff, which is so nice in yoga. It's either this one or what was the other one? Raw Kundalini Yoga. This one also good, but it's very calm. Maybe I need some to calm. Morning. Yeah, I think it's this. But I'm gonna need to see it and listen to it. So there will not be any sound. This one. And then that's where I have a stream. Guess I'll move my stream to another window. There's the VGAs. Why is the oh yeah the webcam is just small? I'm gonna play the video so you can see the video, but I'm turning off the sound. See you in a bit. barely want to sit on this chair because my ass is so sweaty. This is the heaviest workout I've done on YouTube. I'm very sweaty. I rarely get this sweaty. It was good. A lot of it was anaerobic tempo, but I think it was aerobic tempo, like with basically no breaks, very few breaks. A lot of focus on legs. Also something that I noticed is that a lot of exercises, they don't target the back. Pretty upset with abs, but the back shouldn't the back be as important as abs? Like doing this should be as important as doing this. I think the balance is better in yoga. Anyway, that's done. Now what I do? Is it shower? Yeah, I think it's just shower. I'm gonna move back the clean up a bit so it's easier for me later on. There we go. That was good. That was a good workout. I usually have the window closed because I want to become as hot as possible, as sweaty as possible, because I believe sweating gets rid of microplastics through sweat. I don't have a sauna or a sauna protocol, otherwise I think that's the best way to get rid of microplastics. Anyway, so I sweat as much as possible. That's why I have the window closed and the window blinds open. But after training, I don't want to have like this lingering heat that destroys my cognitive abilities. So I want to cool down after. Now I gotta make sure my computer is not in the sun, because one time my computer broke. It got overheated by being in the sun. I think it was my graphics card had water cooling, and when the computer heated up, it heated up the water cooling so that the water came out of the tubes, or the oil came out of the tubes. And then when it cooled down, well, first of all it started acting weird, and then when it cooled down it caused, I think, either vacuum or bubbles in the water cooling. So sunlight can destroy a computer through heat. Some computers. Actually, before showering, I'm gonna use my special potion when I sweat a lot. I have soup. soup. That is good. There's a lot of salt in this soup. I don't know how much potassium it is. It's probably enough, but I'm also gonna drink a rehydrate tablet. It's gonna take a while for it to dissolve, so I'm gonna start shower while I do it. done. Actually, just keep it open. I'm done showering. I'm thinking I'm not that hungry. I think it's partly because I drank that soup. But today I have a lot of cooking to do, which I didn't put in my planning. I have my batch cooking to do. And using a bunch of frozen potatoes and see how mushy and untasteful they're gonna get. Basically put in all the potatoes, cut some of the potatoes, put a large chunk of meat into a pot with stock cubes, boil that, remove the liquid into a pot, sort out the meat into portions, into the 5 glass meal prep boxes, a glass box, and 1 edible meal in the bowl. I'm gonna check if the grapefruits have gathered more water. It might go faster than I think, because I don't need to cut the potato, I just need to cut ginger and garlic. And probably it might go, I might be able to do it in half an hour or something. And it's good to have the meal ready, it's important in my new abundance way of thinking. I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm hungry and I have nothing to eat and I have to somehow figure out what I'm gonna eat. Though I have a couple of backup plans on meals. I have my egg omelette mix that I can use. I have apples, I have grapefruit, I have nuts, I have seeds, and I have simple recipes that I can make from oats and spaghetti with butter, and I have raisins. Yeah, I have a bunch of like plan B's, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, plan F, plan G, plan H. I think I need some music. Either music or something. I need something to distract me from the world so I can go into the world of my game and think about my game. To really get into that mystery feeling. I think I'm gonna listen to a soundtrack. Well, not a soundtrack, but and this one works well in the kitchen. Can't see. Oh, it's connected. I have some options on the desktop here. But this one is a bit tempting. This one is kind of good. And it's more new. I'm gonna see what I think about it. I don't think it's good enough though, because I want some high quality. Yeah, it's not the right one to start with. I need something to get me into the mood. And I think I'm gonna go with my Spyfire Lounge, this one. Listen to it many times for inspiration for the game. Can you hear the birds? They stopped talking. Okay, I'm gonna listen to. I'm gonna give you a little taste. Here's how it goes. Yeah, and you can, like, this is a whole journey, this album. So I'm basically gonna listen to this and make some food. Sound has trouble connecting. I'm just gonna turn my computer a little bit so it might get a better reception. The sound is not working well. I disconnected. Oh, it's hot. The Xbox adapter thing is hot, pretty hot. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Okay. Strange. Maybe it's using some frequency that makes it hotter. I'm gonna connect to another portion and then see if my headphones can connect. Yeah, that went pretty well. Now I might get better reception. This is the state of the frozen potato. Doesn't look bad. Looks a little bit grayer, which is melanin, supposedly. Now the music ended. 1 hour and 12 minutes had passed. I'm not quite done. There's basically no problem at all with a frozen potato. It's just it's a little bit more mushy. That's it. But maybe it will be affected by putting it in a fridge after. I'm almost done now. The food is cooked now, it's just waiting for it to cool and clean up. I wonder if I should do clean up and then eat, or eat and then clean up. I think the most mature thing is to eat first. potato became more mushy in the end. But I think it might be also because I cooked it for maybe a bit too long. Now I'm going to eat. was nice. Well, easy, fast to eat. That was fast. Dessert. Now I'm entering the golden hour. The golden hour. The golden hour. I think I've done a double batch of cocoa in this. So I expect a more higher cocoa kick. Would be nice to have the window open, but it takes so much space. It's just a bird flowing down. It makes me happy. I think we can. I hope we can get in birds in the game. It was good to listen to the music, but I couldn't quite focus on the game because I had to think about the food and the fact that this is like the end of my food. Now I've made food for specifically exactly 10 days. So, and I've ate one day. So I have 9 days left of this food. I have some backup, but it's not, I will not feel good during those days because I won't get all the nutrients. I basically just get carbs, fat, yeah. So, on the 26th of June, I expect to get income, and I don't have a buffer of money, and I don't have a buffer after that of food. Not much. Well, I have some, like I have 8 chicken legs, frozen chicken legs. I also always keep 1 package of frozen chicken legs as a kind of a backup. I used to eat that a lot because it's the cheapest protein that you can get. It's cheaper than eggs. It's cheaper than sesame seeds. Drumsticks, chicken drumsticks, specifically not chicken fillets. Chicken fillets I think are similar to eggs, but eggs contain a lot of water. Chicken drumsticks is the cheapest protein that I've noticed. On second place is sesame seeds, but I don't know about the uptake of the amino acids from sesame seeds. And sesame seeds doesn't have a lot of one amino acid, which is leucine or something like that. Anyway, so I have that as backup. So if I come into the 26th of June and I don't have any money, then I'll cook a great chicken meal for a couple of days, or I'll just cook 1 chicken meal, or I'll ration the chicken legs so I can eat maybe 2 chicken legs per day for 4 days or something like that, and then eat rice, and I think I will probably have some omelette mix left, so, and then figure out a way where income comes in. I'm going to listen to some music now. I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not sure if I should aim to finish the Groundhog Day stuff or aim to just continue working on it. It is just a first draft, but the most important thing about this first draft of the full game mechanics is that it must be modular enough to create a game. Like, I must be able to visualize the whole game, like all the game mechanics, how they're used in different ways. Not in all the ways. I will not write a story, but it must be possible to do a story. Like, all of the elements must be there. Characters, dialogues with characters, maybe character development isn't necessary to tell a great story. Some great movies doesn't have that much of a character development, at least in appearance. You still have a character development in what they say, the dialogue they say, the dialogue options, what they say. Yeah, that's what I'm working towards. I'm working towards a perfect plan. it's not common to do that or to promote to do that. Often in business you say just start doing things and figure it out eventually, like gradually. But I have actually tried to make perfect plans before and worked until I figured everything out from the start to finish. And in those situations I've created something that I'm extremely proud of. It's not many times. I can just remember one specific time, but I'm sure it has happened more than once. And I believe that if I can see an image, this game, like see what you do in the game, like a visionary, you can see the vision. If I can see the vision of everything that works together to a whole game, then it will be so incredibly easy, so incredibly fast to make the game. I will just go into flow and will just make the whole game, like maybe in a week I will have all the game mechanics done, because I've thought it through so thoroughly. And it's such a pleasant way of working. First off, I love thinking until things are perfect, if I can manage to not feel the stress. Second of all, I love to follow a perfect plan. It's such a smooth ride. And I'm so proud of the end result. That's why I'm not diving into making a prototype now or making a version now of the game. I'm making a complete plan. Okay, and I'm also thinking slightly bigger, that this will make it easy for me to make more games. And if I have all the game mechanics in place, telling a new story will just use the same game mechanics. There's no need to invent more game mechanics. And that way I can release several episodes, different stories. That's why the plan also needs to be so thoroughly thought out. Well, not because I need it to make future games. So I don't know. This is great. Now I drank my stuff. Now I'm gonna update this one. Time is 18:26. And it makes sense that I didn't do these because I was training here. It makes sense that I didn't need to maybe do slightly after. And it kind of makes sense since I was working in the kitchen. But cooking food is not really, I don't know if the movements are healthy, but I don't think they are enough to make the whole body feel very well. Well, this is 18 o'clock. And then I have 18:30. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this one. It's crazy that I invented this system yesterday. That blows my mind. Like just as a sidetrack while I did everything else. Dynamic mobility thoracic windmill. I would love to know how to make a breakdance windmill. I think that's this. Let's see what exercise that is. Dynamic mobility. Thoracic windmill. Oh. Oh. Could aim for a seated one, but I kind of prefer a floor one. That's interesting. Why didn't you move it down? We also got this one. And the seated one. Maybe this one is the best. No, I think something where I move, where I stop sitting. Either this one or this one. This one takes much more space. This one needs a wall. This one is easiest to learn. He's doing it with his hands behind his back. It's less about the shoulders and more about the other side. This one is pretty good, I think. 6 years ago, 10 years ago. And this is 8 years, and this is 3. I think I want to go with this one. Here, listen. Or should you? Bison osteo.
Do you feel stiff through your upper, mid and lower back? Or are you looking for a new drill to improve your rotation? Maybe this video is for you. This drill is called a thoracic windmill. Grab a towel or something soft and lay it on the floor. Set up with the knee furthest from the wall, kneeling onto the towel, and the knee closest to the wall, right up against it. Place both hands behind your head and start bending your same side elbow towards the knee that is against the wall. Using that same elbow, draw a semicircle in the air to initiate your torso becoming upright. Begin to rotate through your thoracic region to get your elbow up to its highest point, and then side bend the opposite direction to allow your spine to extend and reach back. Then slowly return back to the start.
How many should I do?
The real killer of this drill is that you need to try and ensure your elbow does not touch the wall during the movement. This will force you to create extra movement at your shoulders and spine to achieve the full range of motion. As you can see from the side view, while lifting my elbow up and around, I do not drag it along the wall, and this makes the drill extra difficult. This mobility drill is really tiring, so it's a great way to warm up or cool down after your exercise. Aim for around 5 to 10 reps on each side. And don't forget to do both sides.
Okay. Okay.
Stick through your upper, mid and lower back. Or are you looking for a new drill to improve your rotation? Maybe this video is for you.
I need something under my knee.
Classic windmill. Grab a towel or something soft to kneel on and lay it on the floor. Set up with the knee furthest from the wall, kneeling onto the towel, and the knee closest to the wall, right up against it. Place both hands behind your head and start bending your same side elbow towards the knee that is against the wall. Using that same elbow, draw a semicircle in the air to initiate your torso becoming upright. Begin to rotate through your thoracic region to get your elbow up to its highest point, and then side bend the opposite direction
This is gonna be
to allow
good.
your spine to extend and reach back. Then slowly return back to the start.
My right leg is like resting towards the wall.
The real killer of this drill is that you need to try and ensure your elbow does not touch the wall during the movement. This will force you to create extra movement at your shoulders and spine to achieve the full range of motion. As you can see from the side view, while lifting my elbow up and around, I do not drag it along the wall. This makes the drill extra difficult. This mobility drill is really tiring, so it's a great way to warm up or cool down after your exercise. Aim for around 5 to 10 reps on each side. And don't forget to do both sides.
3. 4. 5. Leg against the wall. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. Yeah, that was good. That was a good exercise. Good. So the thoracic windmill. Oh wait, I'm gonna save it. Done. Now I'm tempted a bit to look at this and just lay in my sofa and do nothing. Yeah, I wonder if I should stream or not. Streaming will stop my mind from feeling completely free. So I'm gonna stop streaming. Yeah, and I'll see you tomorrow maybe. Yeah. Feels a bit sad to do it like that. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna listen to this. Let me give you a taste. Yeah, that's the shit. This is a cool song, Computer number 3. Computer number 3. I think she sings in... Oh, this one. Computer number 3. Somebody is buying dirt. Computer number 3. I thought it... Alright, I moved the computer. Why is it dark on the top? I'm not gonna put into words what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do it to see. Oh, print detective story skeleton. I guess that's what I'm gonna do. You don't need to make everything. I just need to connect it. I don't need to sit. Who needs sitting? Gonna pin it. Detective mechanics. I'm just going to my drive. I'm creating a new document. Let's see if I need to delete something. Detective game formula for your game specifically. The loop counts drive, arrive. Huh? What? Did I share this stuff? The exploring mechanics? Drive, arrive, investigate. Collect clues, update case board. New lead, drive again. And the large circle becomes hook, case. Act 1 question, Act 2 revelations, Act 2 setback, Act 3 solution, epilogue. There's a skeleton. I can fill in suspects, category, da. Yeah. The big decision today was to put Groundhog Day in the wish category. Just to get something that's done. Let's see, should I look through it and make sure it makes sense? Or should I print it and just go with it? Previously I was thinking of just printing and go with it, but I think it's better if I clean it up. Look through it. Detective story skeleton, hook. We got hook. We got detective introduction, world introduction, act 1 setup. Interesting. Then we have act 1 setup, act 2 confrontation, act 3 resolution. That's it. Okay. Now I wanted to sit, but my printer's there. Hook. Purpose. This might be good for my mobility. This movement I like to do. Detective story skeleton, hook. Purpose. Capture interest immediately. Yeah, questions. What do you usually think happens? Why should the player care? Person disappears, the body is found, the valuable object is stolen, the strange letter arrives. Output, the mystery is introduced. Good. I kind of want to connect it to James Bond scenes to give some examples and inspiration. Or maybe I should work on it separately one by one and look for inspiration one by one. Yeah, the goal of this document is to understand what game mechanics I need to put in place. That's the main thing. But in order for the game mechanics to completely contain all of the good stuff, this must contain all of the good stuff. And in order for me to know that this contains all of the good stuff, I basically need to write a story and present it. And then the iteration situation becomes, I don't know, I'll just continue. Detective story skeleton, cook. Purpose, capture interest, yeah. Introduce, detective introduction. Establish who solves the mystery, who is the detective, where they're involved, what makes them capable. Play answers for the role. This is great. World introduction. Establish the setting. Questions, where does the story take place? Who lives there? Here I present Jörn. What makes this place interesting? Player understands the environment. Act 1 setup. Case. Define the main objective. What happened? Who is affected? What must be discovered? Clear investigation goal. Initial investigation. Purpose. Give the player early momentum. Activities. Interview witnesses. Examine locations. Collect clues. Yeah. First major question, act break. Purpose, pull player into act 2. Yeah. First clues discovered. It should also lead to... Oh yeah, this is the beginning. Ah, right. This is the story beat that closes the first act. First major question. Pull player into act 2. Questions. Who is the prime suspect? What important clue was discovered? What bigger mystery was revealed? Investigation changed direction. Yep. Cutscene opportunity. Flashback, circle event, character event. Good. Act 2 confrontation. Deeper investigation, expanded mystery activities. Visit new locations. Meet new characters. Discover hidden relationships. Output. More evidence is collected. False lead. Purpose. Create uncertainty. Did the detective make a mistake? Did the suspect Is a suspect innocent? Was evidence misleading? Player evaluates assumptions. Rising stakes. Purpose. Increased tension. Another crime occurs. Important evidence disappears. Witness vanishes. Someone threatens the detective. Mystery becomes more urgent. This is good. Midpoint revelation. This is a purpose. Major discovery. Okay. What changes everything? What hidden truth is uncovered? Output. Investigation takes a new direction. Cutscene opportunity flashback revealing important history. Final puzzle pieces. Gather remaining evidence. Final puzzle pieces. Gather remaining evidence. Revisit location, connect clues, test theories. Detective begins seeing the full picture. Major setback, act break. Create maximum doubt. Wrong suspect arrested. Evidence destroyed. Detective framed. Important witness dies. Question: can detectives still solve the case? This would be great if we can get this doubt in the player. Transition into Act 3. Cutscene opportunity, largest flashback, hidden truth from the past. Act 3 resolution, final deduction. I'm not sure about these flashbacks, like, are they best placed here? Like when I have found something? When is the best place to place the flashbacks? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm in the same conversation. Maybe it will be solved by reading further, but I need to remember. Maybe I can make a note here. Is the flashback cuts scenes best placed after a major plot story bit? It's kind of the same place, but yeah. Act 3 resolution, final deduction. Solve the mystery. Activities: review evidence, connect all clues, identify culprit. Output: complete theory formed. Confrontation. Purpose: test the detective's conclusions. Okay, you finally understand what's going on. Now you need to confront, test the detective's conclusions. Interrogation trap for culprit, public accusation, chase sequence through. This would be cool if we can do a chase sequence using the driving mechanics. Probably we can. Revelation. Explain everything. Cusses answered. Who did it? How did they do it? Why did they do it? Output: misresult. But it must be separate from the final deduction. Maybe you will learn some new things here in the revelation. I had an idea before that it would be dynamic. That there would be a couple of characters like 5 characters, and the goal would be to find out who did it. That's the idea of this design. These 5 characters, and like who's the culprit, and then each character has a secret. Yeah, it's even a question: who will blow up the robot casino? It's good. It's good. I think we got. Yeah. Each character will have character secrets. I gotta write that on the whiteboard so it doesn't disappear. That's something important in detective stories. I don't know if it's relevant in James Bond, kind of. We have several characters in James Bond, all of them have their own agenda and secrets. Resolution, show consequences. What happens to the culprit, how are victims affected, what changes in the town, emotional closure, epilogue, leave lasting impression, quiet moment with detective, new mystery hinted, character effects, whatever. This is great. Do I need anything else? Story beat formula. Every body bit should do at least one of these. Raise a question, reveal information, increase state, change direction, answer a question, create emotion. Then I just make sure the game mechanics can enable these things. If a scene does none of these, it probably isn't needed. Detective game formula for your game specifically. The loop becomes drive, arrive, investigate, collect clues, update case board. But I was thinking the case board is sure about all of this. Board is in hotel room. Notebook is mobile. Typewriter is in hotel room. For monologues. A logic structure becomes hook, case, act 1 question, act 2 revelation, act 2 setback, act 3 solution. Revelation setback, are these in act 2 here? Rise stakes, relation, plus piece, mayor setback, act, okay, act break. And then, okay, cool, setback, act, cool, awesome, 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 awesome. I want to see Act 1 again. Setup. Case. That's very short. The act 1 is very short. Just 3 story beats. It might be good that the act 1 is shorter, and then act 2 is a little bit longer, and act 3 is a little bit longer. This might be great. Okay, let's go through these questions. This detective story skeleton is amazing. It's the best I've ever seen. It's super amazing. I'm thinking about 2 things. First off, I wonder if we can think a little bit more about the flashback cutscenes. Maybe that's. I think that might be a good thing to do between acts, to have 3, or I guess I don't know if we will have 3 or 4 or 2 of these black and white flashbacks, but I think they're great, but I'm not sure when these fit in perfectly, because I feel like they're kind of like you've gotten a question first, and then you get the flashback which fills and gives a kind of backstory to this question, so you have some kind of lead, you have some kind of understanding, and we make sure that the player knows what's going on, like kind of a little repetition but from a different perspective on so the player is up to date on kind of the adventure.
I think that's a great instinct. The flashbacks can really serve as a kind of emotional or informational anchor. So after each act's big question, the flashback fills in a missing piece from the past, giving the player a fresh lens to see the case. I'd say if you're aiming for 3 acts, a flashback between Act 1 and Act 2 is crucial. It gives context to the new lead. Another flashback at the midpoint of Act 2 can dramatically shift the player's assumptions. And if you go for a 4th flashback, it might come after the major setback, right before the final deduction, so the player is fully equipped to solve the case. That way each flashback is triggered by a new question, giving the player a richer understanding of exactly what happened.
That was good. I got my Flyswater 2000 here because I noticed there's a fly in here. The perfect tool. I got it, it went down, and now it's drenched in this, so I just need to get like a piece of paper, pick it up, throw it away. I need a little bit extra paper, and since it's cleaning liquid, this spot's now a little bit more clean than before. There's the fly. Just gotta have the right setting so you get like a shotgun effect, but not too much. You don't want a misty cloud, that will not shoot far enough and will not disrupt the fly, I think. Well, now what did it say?
So after each act's big question, the flashback fills in a missing piece from the past, giving the player a fresh lens to see the case. I'd say if you're aiming for 3 acts, a flashback between Act 1 and Act 2 is crucial, gives context to the new lead. Another flashback at the midpoint of Act 2 can dramatically shift the player's assumptions. And if you go for a 4th flashback, it might come after the major setback, right before the final deduction, so the player is fully equipped to solve the case. That way each flashback is triggered by a new question, giving the player a richer understanding of exactly the right moment.
I asked it to update the detective story skeleton with the placement of each flashback. No, it destroyed it. Destroyed the detective story skeleton. Okay, let's skip that one. It couldn't figure out a good answer. Now, not sure about the game loop. Let's go into the game loop. Now it has a different. I should still incorporate these together or something. Maybe. Okay, I have two I have two conflicting ideas here. One idea is that we need to introduce these black and white flashbacks quite early in the game. I think early in the story. I think because they're gonna be like a central part of advancing in the game. So I kind of want to have one in the beginning. But at the same time, my experience is that if you start a story with a flashback, which is black and white, and somebody is doing something, I'm not like that. Usually doesn't. It's not a great hook. I like the previous detective story skeleton better, where you have one hook. Like number one was the hook, and number two was the detective introduction, number three is the world introduction. But I'm not sure about how to go further here, because those ideas are conflicting with each other.
That's a really common tension, and I think it depends on what you want your player to feel first. If you open with a strong hook, like a current day dramatic event, the player is immediately anchored in the immediate stakes and they want to know more. Then once the player is invested, you can drop the first flashback as a reveal, like a puzzle piece that gives a new context. So you can keep your original structure, hook first, detective world. Then after the player is invested, drop the first flashback as an answer to a new question raised by the case. That way you have a strong opening hook and the flashbacks come in when the player is primed. Care about the past. I think that balances the tension nicely.
Okay, so my idea was to start the game just like something like how Steven Spielberg's movies, where he opens up with action and like things that are happening directly, like the adventure starts directly, and that would be like the intro or whatever. And I'm thinking it starts with a old lady coming out of a train at the train station in this town, walking over with 2 bags into a house, and then the house blows up, and that like creates the initial thing. I'm sure if it's too, it might be a bit too much to start with that. Personally, I don't like when there's explosions in movies and stuff, because it usually is too, it's not something that really feels important to the story. And really good stories, they start with something simple but important, like I'm not sure, I don't have a good example, but I don't want to start kind of with this big explosion, but I was thinking something like this. I'm not sure what we should do. In James Bond, it starts with this country club, and then there's a murder, and that kind of starts off the adventure. And yeah, what I want to know is like, I want to see how the adventure starts, and when the black and white cutscene comes in. Like, it's almost like I want to write this part of the story in order to see it, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can understand it from a detective story skeleton perspective with essential parts, or maybe there is inspiration from another movie that's really good.
I get exactly what you mean. That balance between a grounded small detail that hooks you versus a big spectacle is really tricky. A few classics come to mind. Think about Chinatown. It opens with something small, just a shadowed figure, a lie, a subtle deception. Or even Seven, which opens with a small, eerie crime scene. So I think you might keep the hook simple and evocative, like the old lady arriving, but instead of a big explosion, maybe she opens the door and something small happens. A letter drops, a subtle detail. Then when that first question arises, like, who is she, why did she come? Then you drop in the first flashback. The flashback can be tied to that small detail, like maybe she's remembering a lost person or a forgotten promise. That way the adventure starts in the present, but the flashbacks fill in emotion and depth right when the player is hooked. So the structure is still a simple grounded hook, then detective intro world, and then let the flashback slowly enrich as the mystery deepens.
This raises another question. How should I write the story? Should I start from the end and then write backwards? Because usually, sometimes that's good, or like when you write a detective story, where do you start and where do you end? And like, how do I write this story?
That's a great question, and it really depends on what kind of emotional payoff you want. If you start from the end, you already know the resolution, so you can plant clues deliberately, making the audience slowly catch up. But if you start in the present and work forward, you keep the suspense alive. You let the player or reader discover things alongside the detective. Most classic detective stories, like Agatha Christie, start in the present moment. The case arrives and the detective works out the solution step by step. So I'd say for a traditional immersive detective story, start at the inciting incident. Let the present drive the investigation, and use flashbacks as tools to deepen the mystery. That gives you a natural suspense arc.
This is tricky. Without the story, I'll be writing game engine, game mechanics that might be used. But I kind of don't feel like writing the story until the game mechanics are in place. I want the game mechanics to give the inspiration to the story, like, oh, this thing we can do with the game mechanics, this thing we can do with the game mechanics. very elemental things. Also, AI didn't understand. I was talking about writing, but I think the context is full in this session. We can't introduce new things. We gotta work with what we got here. I'm gonna ask the last question. Regarding the detective game formula, you're suggesting the loop becomes drive, and then you arrive, and then you investigate, then you collect clues, then you update case board, then you get a new lead, then you drive again. And I kind of like this simple loop. It's really good, but I just want to make sure it fits with the idea, or if we can remove some idea here, because I have two ideas regarding the keeping information about the case. And we have the notebook idea and we have the case board idea, and we also have a third idea, which is a typewriter. And we're gonna have the detective is gonna have its main base in a hotel room. They've come to this town, they're living in a hotel room, and that's where they can either just relax and speak a monologue of what happened during the day, or they can use typewriter and then use that as the monologue, or it could be or it could be a case board inside this room that the player can use maybe in certain ways to move clues or get ideas, or it just gradually fills in with characters and things that you have explored and evidence that you have figured out and clues. And then the idea of the notebook is from LA Noir, which is, that's where it's a mobile way of gathering things, because I feel like I want to have the case board in the hotel room, so you have to go back to your hotel room to recoup after a day. And what do you think about this?
I think you're onto something really strong here. The hotel room as a base is a fantastic anchor. It gives the player a safe space, a place to process, and it ties the detective's daily rhythm together. I think the case board works really well as a tactile, static centerpiece, something you physically return to and reorganize. The notebook, though, is great as a mobile fluid tool. So I'd say keep both, but use them differently. The notebook is for ongoing in the field thoughts, like clues or sudden realizations, and the case board is your big picture, where you step back, arrange the clues, and see patterns. The typewriter, though, is a really unique touch. It can be a creative ritual at the end of each day, maybe a way for the detective to reflect, or even a way to log the case for yourself as a player. So in short, I'd keep the case board central to the hotel, use the notebook in the field for immediate observations, and then let the typewriter be a special moment at the end of the day. So all three coexist, each with its own purpose, and together they reinforce the detective's process.
But I'm trying to scope the project, so what I'm kind of after is more like, how can I remove as much as possible?
Absolutely. If you're looking to scope down, I'd suggest prioritizing one tool that really drives the casework. The case board is great as the central anchor. It's a physical, stationary space, and it grounds the player in routine. Then you can use the notebook as a lightweight tool, just a simple interface aid on the go to jot down key points or theories. That leaves the typewriter out for now. If you ever expand, it can come back as a special flair at the end of each day. By trimming it down, you keep a clean loop. Drive, investigate, return, and organize clues on the board. That's a solid foundation and keeps the player's focus where it needs to be.
I'm not sure about this, because we also have the map, which is the map of the town. And in some ways it could, this map is going to be there regardless,
and it kind of reminds you of where you can go to talk to people and explore things. And if we have that together with just the typewriter monologue, which is much easier to just, like, it's not really a game mechanic, it's more like just a simple way of summarizing what happened during the day, what you have discovered, or what happened, etc. I feel like that might be a cool way to tell the story, and it also makes it much easier because the notebook is definitely something that needs interaction design and game design and stuff, and the case board also needs more thought.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call. By keeping the map as your central navigation tool, you simplify the whole loop, you always know where you can go next. And the typewriter monologue is such a lo-fi, intimate way to reflect. It's less about gameplay mechanics, more about giving the player a pause to process. So I definitely lean into that. No need for the notebook or caseboard if they don't serve a simple purpose. Keep the map for exploration and the typewriter for data reflection. That keeps the structure lean and the storytelling still really strong.
How would this change the telling of the story? Because in, I don't know, do we have some column space in James Bond, for example, that could map onto our detective story skeleton and can map onto the end of the day monologue? I think like these end of the day monologues are kind of story beats, like something has happened and one or more things have happened and you've made some progress. There's on the case, you discovered some things, there's story beats, and these are kind of the ways of handling things which are not cutscenes.
Exactly. So by anchoring the story beats in these end-of-day monologues, you create a steady rhythm in the player's experience. After each investigation step, after they try and explore and gather clues, they return to the hotel room and have this intimate moment of reflection. It's like a personal pause. They process what happened, they state a new theory, and that becomes the beat that pushes them forward. In terms of the James Bond parallel, think about those quiet moments between missions when Bond goes back, resets, and reflects. Those moments ground the action, give it weight, and they offer insight without needing big explosions or external cutscenes. And that allows you to keep a steady pace and a personal, introspective feel, even as the case unfolds.
Roughly how many story beats should I have per act?
Right, so the number of story beats you have really depends on the acts you're structuring. In a classic 3-act structure, you usually have around 5 to 7 major beats per act. So if we think about Act 1, you'll have beats like the hook, detective intro, case setup, first clues, and the Act 1 question. Act 2 will be a bigger middle, beats like deeper investigation, false leads, rising stakes, and a midpoint revelation. Then Act 3 will have the final deduction, confrontation, and resolution. By using the daily monologues as your mini beats, you're basically anchoring the progression at a personal level. So you'll likely end up with one monologue beat per major clue or milestone, but the total count stays balanced as long as each monologue advances a case or the detective's emotional arc. So in short, you don't need a fixed number, just make sure each monologue is a distinct, purposeful beat that moves the case forward.
Did you include the story beats in the detective story skeleton, or did you omit them?
Yes, absolutely. I included them as the essential structure. Each act has its own set of beats. The hook, the case, the investigation steps, and then the monologues themselves act as introspective beats marking progress. So the idea is that each monologue encapsulates a day's advancement, reflecting on the new clues, and that becomes a story beat. Every beat, whether it's a monologue, a clue discovery, or a major event, serves to raise a question, deepen stakes, or pivot the plot. So yes, they're baked in. Just make sure each monologue beat is intentional and tied to a specific progress moment in the case.
You made two versions of the detective story skeleton, which, like, they are slightly different from each other. Which one is best?
Good question. The core framework of both is strong, but the difference is really in pacing and player reflection. The first version was more traditional. It followed a clear three-act structure with distinct beats, and the flashbacks were spaced like puzzle pieces in response to big questions. The second version leaned into more introspective routine beats anchored by the daily monologues. If you want a tighter plot focus with crisp back breaks, I'd go with the first version, but if you want a more personal reflective arc, like a character-driven detective, then the second version's better. I'd say the best choice depends on whether you want a plot-driven or character-driven experience.
Can you expand on that? Expand on the differences between the two.
Of course. So the first version is really plot-centric. It's about keeping a tight grip on the external progression of the case. Each act break is a deliberate structural beat, a big shift that takes the plot forward. Flashbacks come in at precise moments to answer key questions, and the pacing is driven by how the detective uncovers external clues. If you prefer a clear structured plot with big turning points, that version keeps you anchored in that external tension. The second version is more character-driven. The daily monologues give you a consistent personal anchor. Each day the detective pauses, reflects, and emotionally processes what happened. That makes the player feel closer to the detective's inner world. Every beat is not just a plot development, but a character moment. So the stakes aren't just about solving the crime, they're about the detective's personal growth, their emotional struggle. If you want a more intimate, reflective vibe, that's the one. So it's really a question of whether the player's primary drive is to crack the plot or to feel the detective's inner journey. Both can work, but it's about what you want that emphasis.
Can you find two movies that have, like, two movies, like one of them could be James Bond and the other one could be some other, and just explain to me more about the differences using examples?
I found two examples that help distinguish between plot-driven and character-driven storytelling. First, Goldfinger is a classic James Bond film that's very plot-driven, with high stakes and external missions. In contrast, Drive is more character-driven, focusing on the protagonist's inner emotional journey. While a character-driven approach emphasizes the detective's personal transformation.
Using this of what you've said, I feel like the mainstream success is to go for plot-driven rather than character-driven, because Goldfinger is, and all the James Bond movies are pretty much more successful than, well, Drive and other movies that might be more character.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a solid insight. The plot-driven approach tends to keep players hooked by giving them constant forward momentum. Big stakes, exotic locations, twists, and high-risk moments. And with something like a detective game, that kind of structure where each beat moves the case forward really keeps the tension up. So I'd say for mass appeal and pacing, go plot-driven. That doesn't mean you can't give the detective depth, just let those personal reflections come out in smaller moments like the monologues that keep the big beats propelling the plot. That's a formula that's really proven itself in detective and adventure genres.
I'm gonna see what happens if I print this. I think it's good to print it, but I also think that I might take the game for a loop. Suspect. This, I think this is pretty good. Done is better than perfect. What's the problem now? It's connected. Oh, it's actually not connected. Will it figure it out by just connecting it? I think I need to restart it. Here's some dust. Oh. Figured it out. Take this to a skeleton. How many pages? 8 sheets of paper. I'm going to use this tape to put it up. It's so tricky to keep everything in mind. Like looking at the story structure, or detective story, in order to get a sense of a detective story, so that I can start to make the game mechanics, which I really want to do. Eight pages. Can I read that? Oh. I guess I'll go into every part individually, maybe. Did I make the decision of not having a notebook and not having a caseboard? Games 1 doesn't have a notebook. But it's a game. I'm gonna redraw this. Maybe I get better and better every time I redraw it. And I can always go back and look at the photos. Now I don't need the printer anymore. Sitting down, that was nice. Oops, I should not show that. I need apple, I think. Oh, my apple is all eaten. Maybe I need water. Yeah, I think I did. But I also need to get rid of water. Player gets his agency through investigation skill. That's where you explore. What do? You explore? Do you do anything else? Conclude? Do you just explore? I'm gonna ask. Right now I am trying to create the basic game mechanics that is needed, and I've made a category. Well, first off, I listed interactability as the top kind of thing that separates this from a movie or a story. So that's kind of like, that is the headline of the things that are related to making this into a game. And the important thing in interaction is that it matters to the person interacting. So under that I'm writing player agency, and that is why we have interactability. And then under player agency I'm narrowing it down to investigation skill, which is basically doing the investigation, and that it takes a certain skill to get better at the game, to improve. That's like the game, to improve your investigation skills. You don't need to become a master in order to beat the game. It's just that that's what the game is about, to improving your investigation skill by going through the loops and improving your investigation skills. Like, it's a challenge to improve. And under investigation skill, I'm trying to find what are the subcategories that we're gonna have in the game, like the game mechanical core parts, essential philosophical things. And the only thing I've found is explore. Basically, to look at the map to find basically find driving journeys, because if you find a destination at the map that you look at the map to find something, somewhere to go, to find some information, like to find a place to go. And then after you've looked at the map, you begin driving. And driving, you navigate the world to come to a place. So that's the purpose of driving. And then at the place you can find scenes. And these scenes are 2D scenes, and some are just one scene, and some scenes are connected to other scenes. So in a scene you can also explore and find more scenes. And these are kind of the core 4 pillars of exploration, which is looking at the map, driving, and finding a place, and exploring the scenes. And inside the scenes we have more things to explore, which we have the characters, and we have the items, and we have something I call buttons. And buttons are basically things that you cannot pick them up. It's things that you can interact with. It could be a button or a lever or a door, or it could be something that you can interact with that doesn't mean that you can't really pick up, in a sense. And then that's kind of the core things that we have here. And I'm thinking all of this exploration leads to finding clues and getting to know characters, and to get to a story beat, basically to find a story beat, find the next story beat in the story. Am I thinking this correctly? And is it enough with this exploration category under investigation skill? It's like, is the whole game just exploration, or are there other elements that we should put in that is essential to making this game great? I feel like exploration isn't good enough. We gotta have something else, but I'm not sure what kind of category that should be. And it's not, we shouldn't put in something just to put in something. It should be something that is essential, that really utilizes and works well with exploration and is part of investigation skill and really enhance the immersion of the game and the story, like something that enhances. Like, I feel like just exploring, it gives you a bunch of data and information. Hello? Are you still there? The bubble is reacting. That was a bad voice chat. I cannot choose what went wrong. Okay, let's try it again. I'm listing the game mechanics now, the bigger categories, and trying to nail down. And what I feel like is that I've divided kind of this project into telling a great story, which is about the acts and the story beats and the story and the structure of the story and all of this stuff. And then the separate part which makes it a game, which is the interactability, which is about player agency. And it needs to be important for the player to, like, it has to mean something to interact with the game. And this, I have a subcategory narrowing it down to investigation skill. And under investigation skill, I have only found the game mechanic of exploration, where you basically look at the map to find places to go, then you drive to find these places, then at the place you find these scenes. The scenes can lead to more scenes, and in the scenes you can also meet characters, you can find items, and you can find interactive kind of buttons to interact with. And all of this stuff just leads, it's just about exploration, and I feel like I'm missing something important. It cannot only be exploration. ChatGPT has broken. You're broken. I'm going to try the microphone because then I don't have to repeat myself. So I'm at the part where I'm starting to list the game mechanics, and I've kind of narrowed it down to there are two main parts of this project. It's one is to telling a great story, and two, there's the interactability of this story, which makes it a game and not a movie. And the important thing about interactability is that the player has agency, that the choices the player makes have an effect on the world. Otherwise, the interactability is not important. And yeah, so this is important. And on the player agency, I'm listing investigation skill as the kind of main thing that the player will be doing, that it does this investigation, and whatever it does, the player does, it has kind of effect. And under investigation skill, I'm listing exploration as the main kind of mechanic, where the player look at a map to find destinations, and then the player drives to find the places, and then at the place they find the scene, the entry scene, and this entry scene leads to more scenes, and each scene the player can find characters and items and interactable kind of hotspots I call buttons, and the player can talk to the characters, and all of these things I put under explore or exploration, but I feel like we need some more game mechanic, but because I feel explore is not enough, but I'm not sure what more game mechanic we should put in to make it that really enhances the playing experience, and enhances the story that we're telling. It should probably be something that enhances the feeling that you're a detective, or feeling that you're investigating something, or kind of enhances something important. It should not be some general thing that we just add to get more than exploration, but it should be something very special that makes this game great. Now it's transcribing. It's successfully transcribed. Now sending the message, and now I'm gonna get a written message. Which option 1, deduction. Option 2, interviewing. Option 3, lead selection. Option 4, theory building. What I would do. Cool. Okay, interesting. 2 pillars, exploration and deduction. I remember pillars. I think I have pillars on the game. I need some more music. Now I kind of need. I have a document which contains ideas of game mechanics. What is this? Is this good? I don't know. No, it's not what I feel like. Surf, rock, music, spy, beach, hideout. Why is it an astronaut? Did they land from space and gonna do an infiltration? Right? Psychedelic. Maybe this is good. Let's hear it. I don't know why, but this person looks Russian. I think it's the nose and the sad face and these dimps and kind of there's something animal about the eyes. Not sure. No, that was not good music. I feel like I need a reset. I need a different perspective on things. Maybe this. Or maybe this. This one has a completely different mood. No, I think this. One of these Pink Panther ones are good. I don't remember which one. Might be this one. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. No, we're not gonna go with that one. Go back to this one. Okay. I really feel like there's no method to this. It's like I'm discovering a new method. I'm making the method. I just saw my profile in the stream. It looks mysterious. It fits the music, that's why I shared the music anyway. I'm gonna see if I can get Obsidian here. And I need to get rid of this big glare. There we go. Now is the next phase of work. This feels kind of good. I don't feel a bit tired, but not too tired. I feel like I can easily work in a simple way. And here we have, you see, I have so many game design documents already that I cannot easily access. Well, I can just read them, but they're written for and by Claude. Cursor, dialogue. Yeah, this is very specific stuff. Inventory. Sharing dataset. Here, design pillars. Heat through. It would be so good if I would make it, if I would make it a character-driven plot, but it's so hard. I'm not good at that, so it makes it too hard to work. So maybe it will appear later. Okay, those are the design pillars, but those are not game mechanic pillars. yeah, I just have too many ideas to work with. Too many different tracks. Can I check this box? Cool. I gradually make decisions towards making a game. But I also remove things. The world is living. Closer to a world than a game. A world where things happen and change. The outside runs their place. Then we have ideas, game mechanics, and here we have a lot. Groundhog Day, learning Swedish. Okay, jelly car, guns, robots, a robot companion, eating, context-dependent dialogue. I wonder if we can run a local model from a USB stick. Snow from roof. Yeah, that's a mechanic. But it's not actual now because we're running in the game in November and there won't be enough snow. This is the thing I was looking for, I think, since we didn't have any pillars for game mechanics. Detective core skills: observation, listening, pattern recognizing, entrepreneurship, relation, health thinking, idea. Game teaches real detective skills useful in the real life, to be observant and listen to people, know who they are, solves misunderstandings. Yeah, should not teach surveillance or integrity, overstepping, like looking into people's window in the night. It's tricky. Snooping. Yeah. Can explore characters' background, sneak around. In movies you cannot see behind closed doors. In the game you can see. It should demand timing, creativity. think I'm gonna go slow with this. I'm gonna make it new. Probably have made something like this before, but I'm gonna make it again. Detective game mechanics. Accompanying exploration. Map, drive, go through places, talk to characters, pick up items, push buttons, gives you knowledge and can trigger story beats. But exploration is not enough for a great game. What else should we have that just makes the game better? Ideas. Just gonna jam that in there. Snooping. Mini games. We can give basic experience that the game gives that you cannot do in real life. Yeah, this is valuable. How does this crash with pillar number 2? Your first game. Oh yeah, okay. Instead of static point and click simulation, simulation of a society where character and object interact with each other. This is a completely game, then point and click. Yeah, we're not gonna go this way. Jar mechanic. You can use jars for different things. Something that Latitude probably would love. Drive faster or something. Boost or something. Jars. Should I have jars or not? I don't see why you're not connected to detective mechanics. Maybe investigation mechanics, that you put things in like a plastic bag. But the interesting thing with the jar mechanic is choosing what you should put in the jar to use for later. It's an inventory management mechanic. And that's not what the game is about. Well, it might be. Some ideas are using the car space, that you could put things into the car. I guess I'll put this back in. Yeah, this would be great to have game mechanics connected to the organizations that are here. Presenter mechanic parked. You can create bucket list, checklist. I don't know if this is necessary. Practical problem. The shower is not working. The player must solve it. This is tricky to make into a mechanic, but it might be kind of fun, but it requires more thinking. We might need to make a bunch of custom-made small puzzles. Top-down camera. Costume change. Yeah, getting clothes. Changing clothes. It's like there are three categories of game mechanics that we can do. One is just completely story based, which is one-time game mechanic, cheaper custom-made game mechanics, like being able to change the clothes of your character. Wouldn't that be something pretty cool? But if we make it into a game mechanic, how much do you need to change yourself to be another person? Maybe you can get like a one disguise changes. What are the game mechanics that we can reuse? In the FPS games, it's running around shooting things, getting different guns, different weapons. Gonna have this. This is about snow tracks from a car. Can gather the municipality shield. That's not a bad idea. World editor with crowdsourcing. I'm gonna add in what ChatGPT just said, because those ideas were pretty good, and then those reminds me what is happening. World editor crowdsourcing. tractor driving a house. Right. Oh, this is interesting. The basic point and click. To use items, combine items, change the environment, talk to people, pick up things. Yeah, this is really basic point and click stuff. I wonder how we'll... I think I'm gonna extract the ideas. Now I'm writing a note. Extract ideas from GDD ideas and then draw basic point and click on whiteboard. Then just add a little detective spice on it. That's what I'm doing. This is the let's put this oh, this is intelligence design. This is the next level point and click things that we need to consider. Yeah, this is start menu. That's not what I'm after right now. Volume, mini games. Living scenes. This is advanced. Then every scene is basically a long animation. It's so tempting to do this advanced stuff. I cannot think about that. Offline. This is a clue. Real data. Trick questions. This is interesting for the story. Cryptographic. Clothing design. Groundhog Day mechanic. Scooter chase. Partners. Scooter. I had so much creativity back then. Time schedule for NPC. More clues, easier puzzle. Accessibility, listening as a mechanic. Real-time activities, looking out the window. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this now I'm getting back into my game designer mode. Stalking feeling adapted per game profile. This is good for the driving, testing, house editor. I don't know if we're gonna have this in November. Maybe. MVP map. This is kind of good. Spoilable. latitude. Progressive unlock. Oh yes, this is good. Wine time puzzles. I'm gonna take that one. It might still be good even though the conflicts. Other playable characters with parallel days. I think we're not gonna do that necessarily. Other character parallel day. Take to unlock access to that character's routine. A bird. Side quest. Yeah, this is not good. Potentially could use this to trick someone that you hurt yourself. Customized avatar. That would be great, but we'll get back to that. It's a wish feature. Week loop. Day loop plus week. Conflict. Opening time. Yeah. I'm more than halfway through the script. Heat. That's kind of good. Climax, song, monologue, open question. Oh, I've already designed this. Someone is tripping. Night. Night mechanic. UI spirit, that's a wish feature. Inventory choice. You can choose what you have with you. That's kind of good. But it might become too hard to play. photo album. Different hotel room choice. No. This is really good. This is what I was looking for. Wanted poster. Dog tracks, garbage, clues. I don't know. Background reaction. Wish list. Absurd jokes. What? Curse on Macabre. Audiobook. Tell me XY. Oh. Happening without interaction. As clue. Look out window again after I've done something else. Risk game. They're stuck. I just have to get a picture. Objects combination. Rambo plastic. New skill. Huh? I don't think I will have the time to listen to that transcription. Yeah, already hard stop. The train station. This is a good perspective. Personal register NPC movement without private house. Flashlight. Battery. Battery. Explore dark scene. This is pretty good. Slot machine. Social threshold mixes. This is very interesting. I don't know how to make it into a game mechanic. It's good to think about it, got a story. Mixed scene view. Depth side scroll. Yeah. Puzzles. Puzzle pace. Ah, this is good. This is important to think about. Inspiration from good games. Drive inventory, 10 artifacts, 3 consumption modes. It is bag reuse stored. Consumptions, hamburger, tea, pizza. Local company coupling. Local company coupling for let's I'm gonna add this here. 9-bit structure, opening, closing event, see now. Gray boxing, animation, static poses. PGD. One link. Basic clue principle, two-way traverse. Detective interpret, non-detective interpret. Oh, this is good. Need for a solution ID. Yes, very good. Curiosity department, intelligence detective trap. This is really good stuff. Unpolished, uncut diamonds. Paper prototype. Advanced time. Every card has all 8 and 1. Yeah, this is also good. Fingerprint mechanic. 6 fingerprint. Fingerprint mechanic. 6 fingerprint mechanic. That could actually be a good thing. The badge as question trigger. Badge. Player note. Wait, this is. I remember that. This is good stuff. House editor or backdrop. Tactile objects with pressable buttons. Yes, yes, this is important. This is very important. Incredibly. Detective home base. Yeah. Inaccessible places with ambient soundscape. Ah, very good. Yes. Simulation reactivity. Simulation reactivity. The world reacts on the place X. NPC avoiding player. That's kind of good. Maybe hard to put in a game mechanic. NPC just sitting and eating. Just gives more stuff. Water leak. We're gonna skip that one. Hunger food for reaching longer. Caffeine. Decoration and renovation mechanic. No. This is good. Glass jar. Oh, it's a mistranslation. Member commitment. Ah, this. Now we're getting to innovative game mechanics that will reach the critics, the game critics, to loving the game. 1,000 clues. X marks the spot. Yeah, we're gonna have something like that. Tribute to Mark Allen. Yeah, this is good stuff from Broken Sword. Scene planning. Good stuff. Transcript function versus memory. Agency through hypothesis forming. More path forward. Antis. I think after I'm gonna do a process of elimination or triage battle, or what do you call it? We're gonna battle them against each other. I have 100 different game mechanics and I can only select a few of them. I'm not sure how many I can select, but I want to select the ones that kind of make the whole experience really good. Like I want to feel both estimation of like time it takes to do these things, to finish the game mechanics, and feel like, yeah, these are simple enough to make and they will create a whole nest. Together they will feed and improve each other, and all these things will relate to the story of the game and everything, so it will feel like a perfect plan, game design document kind of situation. And I'm thinking of doing some kind of battle between features, like presenting two features and then deciding which one is the best or something. Maybe I can do that as one step and then get like a big priority list where the best ones are on top. Or what do you think? What's your suggestion here on picking the best game design mechanics?
That's a fantastic challenge to have. Narrowing down 100 mechanics to a select few is all about finding that perfect synergy. Your idea of a battle royale for your features is a really creative way to pit them against each other and see which ones truly elevate the core experience. Before jumping into those comparisons though, you might want to filter your list first based on feasibility, how well they support your main game loop, and how deeply they integrate with your story. What kind of game are you building, and what's the main feeling you want players to have?
Why are you asking me that question? I think it's not related to the goal here. Like, does that really change how I should find the best game mechanics?
I completely understand your frustration. I was trying to ensure the mechanics you select are the best fit for the specific story.
No, I'm not talking with you about the specific mechanics I will select. I'm talking with you about the best method to select.
Got it. I apologize for the misunderstanding. To focus purely on the method, your idea of a tournament or battle bracket is an excellent way to systematically narrow things down. You could start by pairing features randomly to see which one wins each matchup, and then create a ranked list based on the results. Another approach is to score each mechanic on a matrix across criteria like development time and complexity, allowing you to filter out the highest cost items first. Would you like to explore how to set up that tournament-style selection process in more detail?
I think your idea is much better, but can you give a suggestion of the best idea to do this work, like this simplest, the best way to get to scope these game mechanics?
To keep it as simple and effective as possible, I'd suggest a two-stage process. First, do a quick pass to filter out mechanics that are either too complex to implement or don't align with your game's core vision, leaving you with a manageable pool. Then, take that smaller pool and run them through a pairwise comparison tournament, where you pit two features against each other and decide which one is more essential for the experience. This will give you a clear, ranked list of priorities.
But I just made up that method. Do you really think that's better than anything that you can find that is already established?
There are many established methods, like the Kano model for understanding user satisfaction, the Moscow method for categorization, or effort-impact matrices. Your approach, which combines expert judgment with pairwise comparisons, is actually quite similar to some established analytical techniques. The best method often depends on what feels most intuitive and effective for your specific workflow and the goals of your project.
Help me find the best method.
Let's look at a few proven methods to see which one might be the strongest fit for your project. First, there's the effort-impact matrix, which helps you visualize which mechanics have the highest value for the least amount of development time. Another is the Moscow method, which categorizes features into must-have, should-have, could-have, and won't-have. Or we can refine that pairwise comparison method you mentioned earlier, ensuring we focus on the features that best support your core concept. Which of those approaches sounds most appealing for your workflow?
I feel like the best would be to list a complete matrix where we compare each game mechanic to each other game mechanic to see how they support each other, and then try to look at all of these numbers. Like we can rate it from 0 to 10 how two game mechanics work well together, and then from that can select the highest scoring combinations or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how to do that, but
that is a very thorough and analytical approach. Creating a synergy matrix like that would give you a very clear, data-driven view of how your mechanics fit together. Since you have 100 mechanics, you'd be looking at a grid with 10,000 intersections, which would take a significant amount of time to rate properly. To make this manageable, you could start by identifying the top 15 or 20 mechanics that are absolutely crucial to your core design, and then create the matrix just for those key interactions. Would you like to help map out the criteria for rating those key pairs?
I've got a new idea. Since the game is it already has two categories of game mechanics that I'm going to have. I can list all of those, which might be 10 or 20, and then compare those to the 100 suggested ones, and then see how they compare. Maybe I can do it like that. Actually, no.
That sounds like a really interesting line of thinking, even if you've decided to go in another direction. It's great that you're exploring different ways to approach this challenge. What other approaches are you considering now?
Battle Royale was the idea. How to pick the best synergy. Multiple path forward, anti-stuck. Yeah, this is good to consider. Treorgel. Oh, this is a long idea, but it's really a simple idea. It's good, but needs simplification. Why is this suddenly in the middle? Items used creatively and realistically. No, I don't like that. Circular economy. This is interesting. Absence detection as memory mechanic. Absence detection. Yes, this is good. Easy to implement, gives a lot. Maybe that's a good. FPS. Okay, yeah, we're gonna combine plant window. This is good. Detective pillar. Yes, good. Fireplate. That is good. Repeatable. This has potential. This is good for the overall design of things. Vertical slice. Yeah, we're already doing this. Hotel open gradually on the loop. This is interesting, but I don't think we need to think about that. Or, well, it's the second last one, so. Bicycle chain mini mission. Mini this made me think of other good mechanics, but okay, there we are. Detective game mechanics needs cleaning up, and I don't need anything else. Add to do, add basic point and click mechanics to do, add driving mechanics, clean up from weird symbols to do merge ideas. Next step, finding the synergy. Good job. Good job. How to pick the best synergy. 100 by 100 tricks, and compare each mechanic to each mechanic to find the best matches. Might be numbers. The other idea is rating cost to implement and reusability. A simple memory or memory mechanic is very repeatable. Bicycle chain replacing mechanic is just one time, so it has to be through established mechanics. Through decided. I've extracted the ideas from GDD ideas. That's good. Is there something else that I need from here? Places, ideas, narrative. If I had access to my Cloud Code subscription, then I could just talk to AI and get answers quickly. And it could work for me. Narrative ideas. Right. I think these are also important to consider. Yeah. At some point I gotta go through this. The question is it now before I make the mechanics, or later when the mechanics are decided and done? I think I gotta check this chapter structure. They have music, sound, and a music video. Oh, I was thinking of having songs. I'm gonna listen to one of the songs to take a little break. It's maybe the break. Maybe I should have a movement break instead. Yeah. I missed the 19 o'clock one, but I can do the 1931. Movement. Foundational training, the founder. Where's the music? Need to pause it. Oh, it's just one song left. That's interesting. So interesting. So, like, it's very often that I time it. I don't get that. Okay, 11 minutes. I just need to understand it. This seems advanced. That was sweaty. Was good, but it came through sweaty. starting to get hungry. Should also make sure that it's good, very good. Yeah, good. Two birds in one stone on that exercise. Both a lot of back, which I was missing from other exercises, and stretch of my legs, which I did spontaneously yesterday or before, which is very good. The starting movement, I think it's good, because then you start to get creative on what you can do. Okay. From this plan, okay, that was a bit distracting. Let's see if we can get back 2 minutes here. Draw basic point and click on whiteboard. Should I do that on a whiteboard? I don't think it's the right thing to do. It's a lot of work to find the best combination. But this is what it requires. This is the real deal. It will replace, I think, a lot of work in the backlog, because I'm doing this manually by myself instead of using AI. Well, I use AI, but I was thinking having AI do all of it. But for the perfect plan, I need to understand the plan. Oh yeah, I was thinking, okay, this post-it system I don't need, because now I have a new one there. Oh. Detective Game Mechanics 60 and the Nytt folder. Here we have this, and there's an error. Do all the game design, fishing, the thing. What? Detective Game Mechanics in Jörn Mysterium. Gradually update the detective game mechanics. that's my new way of working. Just having this document that I refine and refine and refine. It's not online, which is a risk. Would be good to have it on Google Drive, but putting it on Google Drive as a document will make it slower to work with. This is much faster and simpler. There's no advanced UI here to distract me, and there are no different kind of titles or whatever. It's much more basic and simple, flat. I was thinking of adding in the other go through all files in project, see which ones lists game mechanics. Narrative, for example. Yeah, that's the work. But tomorrow is upgrade root AI system, and I don't think it's the right decision to do it, but I'm gonna follow my plan regardless. And now, even though I can continue working, I also need free time every day, otherwise this one I can save because it's in here on do all game design. This one is reference from the other one. I've already listened to this one. And this conversation is important. Let's put that in the notepad. You should reference like all of the different things. I have the photos from download, report, photos, detective, story, skeleton, document, printed, what else? Well, I don't need this one anymore. The knit folder. Do I need anything from this? Stream, listen, Gemini. Oh, the file thing. Skip that one. Godot data decisions limited. Clock time is static 2D. Running in 3D. That's an idea. But we skipped the groundlog day unless it fits. Then we'll put it back in. Yeah, I'm just gonna ditch that one. Quick specs, important for tomorrow. Job search. I just need that on Sundays. ChatGPT temp. I need that on Mondays. It's in documents. Specs. Let's just clean this up. Get rid of this. I'm not listening to anyone. Anything. Affordable AI assistant. Yeah, that's in the documents. Production. Yeah, I don't need that one anymore. And I don't even need this one because tomorrow I'm not gonna work on this. Just gonna make sure that everything is in here before I close things down. We got terminal open with Gemini. Haven't used anything. What's this image viewer? These are connected here, photos from download. Also in downloads. And that's all the photos. Then we just have one. Yep, done. The backlog connects to this, and this is the big job. Good. Now it's either a week until I start to work on this again, which is crazy. Totally crazy. Unsustainable. Or I'll work on Thursday, which I'm supposed to upgrade software tools, which means working on the 3D map thing. Might make sense, might work, it will work. Fresher is nice. It is 21:53. I don't know if I should move back the tables or not. No. It's because root AI is gonna be up there, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna clean the whiteboard. Let's do that. Done. Get rid of the glasses for a little while. It's late and I should prepare my body for sleep, so I'm closing this up to get some darkness in here. And I'm going to make an omelette. Otherwise I will get hungry in a few hours and that will be a worse place to eat. I'll simply connect this one, so I got battery tomorrow. Then connect the phone, so the phone has battery tomorrow if it needs it. I just realized I had the phone on Do Not Disturb the whole day, so if someone was calling me, then just they did not access. Unknown person called 11 hours ago. 10:12. Too bad. I got a message again from Larvos, my AI that I thought I had disabled, but somehow it's doing thinking. Last chance, get 2 months free from Grok. Yeah, well, even if I wanted to, there's no money available. All good otherwise. I did a lot of work, but like I've entered work that is, there's no method, there's no structure to it, and it's highly complex, and there needs to be like decisions that are both creative and business at the same time. So maybe if I relax and consolidate my whole process. Well, one thing is good, I have my detective story skeleton, which outlines the story structure. And that felt perfect. It is simple enough and contains enough to be very powerful. So that's good. And yeah, the work continues tomorrow on upgrading Root AI. That will also be planning things, since I don't have inference. It's still in June, so no inference. Or, well, ooh, now I got interested. Local inference. Quen. Testing if Quen can make Godot projects. Ooh, tomorrow's gonna be great. If I manage to not think about game mechanics and stuff, if I manage to think just Root AI and Quen and Godot and stuff, then maybe a consolidated AI studies from Monday. So I will have, yeah, that will be very interesting. Root AI. I should probably structure that work pretty thoroughly so it doesn't become complex and unstructured like this work. Or it might need to go through a phase of unstructuring. Time is 2200 hours. I've been streaming for 9 hours and 51 minutes. And now I'm going to make an omelette. There's no reason to turn off the stream yet. Right, I have the kitchen filled with food that needs the fridge, put in the fridge. I've reached a nice state. I feel like I'm doing something useful and it doesn't require cognitive abilities. I can do this without thinking. And I'm just relaxed, like I'm almost sleeping in my head. I have 5 of these, and then 4 of these. Wash the dishes before I cook my omelette. Or should I? No, I think I should cook my omelette first. I think I got enough potassium in my body because I don't feel like eating potato. It's very rare. Like, I'm basically making potato chips, you know? They're really tasty. But I don't feel like I can eat it and it will taste good, but I don't crave it as I usually do. So I think I somehow got enough potassium, or maybe something else. I wish I had Turkish yogurt, that would be nice. There we go. I would prefer some juice, or milk, but water is main. There's my omelette. It's good. Now comes a strange situation where my TV is in a different position. Oh yeah, nice protocol, cognitive enhancement. My neck, 1 milliliter, 1 gram of simple vitamin C, 2 pills of magnesium. Now I'm going to pick a movie, then turn off the stream, then watch the movie, and then I'll see you tomorrow after that. Either Excalibur or How Green Was My Valley, or The Apartment. This is a Mrs. Smith. How Green Was My Valley. From 41. 7.7. Just making sure it doesn't contain like a lot of bad feelings, because that just makes my sleep worse. Okay, this seems like an epic movie. Mining village. Drama film. Seems to be available on YouTube for free, even. Is How Green Was My Valley a good movie before bed? Yes. Beautiful, peaceful watch. Don't mind a few bittersweet. Does it contain any arguments? Several arguments and interpersonal conflicts. These are not good before bed. Night for systematic restraint. Movie contains moments of shouting and emotional distress. It lacks modern violence, jump scares, and okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that movie. My Neighbor Totally, Straight Story. David Lynch. He always makes scary stuff. Microcosmos documentary. At arsenic in old lace. Excalibur. I almost feel like I want to save Excalibur as a movie for another time. But at the same time, how about The Apartment? .3. That is a score like romantic comedy. I think that's perfect. I'm gonna watch The Apartment from 1960, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow or in the next stream. Maybe I'll see you in the next stream. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 29 minutes. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Goodbye.